In District 60B in Minneapolis. What we've witnessed and seen over the last 2 months is nothing short of an invasion of a federal government in our state, in our cities, in our neighborhoods. For the last 2 months, we've been dealing with individual rights, civil rights, broken left and right. What we have seen is our own neighborhoods and our own streets whereby we get every level of gas that can be thrown at human beings. Whether it's green color, white color, whatever it is, that we don't know the long-term impact. But above all, Renee Good and Alex Brady lost their lives. They stood up for what is right. They stood up for who we are as Minnesotans. My friends, Minnesotans, we're strong, with good courage. Minnesota is a cold place with winter, but our hearts are warm. It's a place that welcomes refugees and immigrants with kindness, with compassion, and with the belief that everyone deserves dignity and safety. Right now, Minnesotans are hurting. There are no words that can fully capture the pain, the fear, the disruption families have experienced over the last 2 months. What is happening here is not normal. It's not who we are again. It should concern every American, no matter where you live, who you voted for.
God damn it, Sawyer.
I personally have been stopped in my own neighborhood where they show up almost every single day to be asked to identify myself.
Jesus.
They took photos to scan our faces so that they can put in their databases. Nobody's asking what they're going to do with that. They've detained U.S. citizens in front of
with the databases that the protesters are creating.
We know what they're doing with those, but that's okay. Gotcha. And you sound like you need to be checked out, buddy. Just saying.
While I'm begging them to let them go, they kidnapped them, took them to the federal building and released them. And some of them with the Border Patrol who came to my neighborhood took individuals. When they came back, they came with a lot of injuries.
Dude. Tennis is in the house.
My own kids' school in middle school and high school went into lockdown because of fear of ICE being outside the school. Never imagined that we will go on a lockdown when there's a law enforcement outside. Our hospitals across the metro state, in the metro area, are experiencing hardship.
That was the choice of the school to do that. It's not like there's some sort of federal thing where, you know, with COVID, we're like, hey, everybody be careful with this because this is dangerous. No, that school decided to lock down because they're stupid. And now he's like, I would never think the time this would happen. We are scared. Motherfucker, y'all just scared. That's the problem. You're scared for no goddamn reason. Stop licking your lips like that. Don't look right.
In every hospital, as I speak with you, with individuals who have been detained. Giving you an example of two patients, one of them who was detained by ICE, who's legally here, we're being told that he ran into a wall, that he broke his skull.
Probably did.
And another person, because of not only do they have metro surge that they've talked about, they also have Operation Paris, which grabs and kidnaps refugees who are legally here. And that person who's a patient was denied medication. They had to bring her with mechanical ventilator. But she had to be put in ICU, intubated, cared for. While the hospital demanded that they leave the hospital, they refused to leave the hospital.
Who paid for all that health care, I wonder? That sounds pretty expensive. Wonder how much health care she gets paid for on a regular basis. How much of that's federally funded? Huh.
People are refusing to go for routine cares because they're afraid. This is not America. This is not where we came to seek a better life.
Yeah, this is not where you came to seek free health care, free food, free housing, be able to live better than the American citizens. Yeah. Well, good. It was never supposed to be that.
We can talk about many things that we've seen. Even today,
I
as
lost
speak with you,
2 Twitchers. That's because Twitch is fucking stupid and woke.
On our streets in Minneapolis, to the extent that the District of Minneapolis had to issue a statement when a vehicle that belonged to Minneapolis Public Schools was told do not move while they were doing their own thing of trying to abduct another person. And hence the photos that went into the public, people thinking that they were using Minneapolis Public Schools vans, but they told them do not move while they're moving into their actions. Everyone who's here, you will bear witness to a lot of atrocities. You will bear witness that we've moved away from protecting the rights of individuals. You will bear witness that we as a collective that have to stand for everyone who is being punished for who they are, just because of the skin of their color, just because of their accent, just because of who they look like.
The skin of their color.
Yeah. And it's sanctioned from the top. There's no doubt that we will be in a better place if ICE lives today. There's no better time by giving us conditions and saying if you do this, if you do that. Nothing will solve that problem if we still have ICE agents who are not targeting individuals, but targeting communities of color.
That's right.
Not only communities of color, they're also targeting Native Americans in my own district. I could talk the whole day and speak about every single day atrocities that we've seen on our streets. We must come together and say no.
That's right.
We must come together.
What the hell do they think I should do? Pull over? Do you think that they have the resources to pull over every single person that's in our country and make sure that they have their papers? Yeah, let's just think about this. What are the chances that the people are illegal if they're white compared to if they're not white? Are there much higher chances? Well, I would say that's not being racist. That's being smart and saving the taxpayer money by not pulling over everybody and wasting the fucking time. What do they want us to do?
Defend our rights. We must come together to defend the constitutional rights.
The black people are never going to get behind this, dude. Because they aren't pulling over black people in droves in Memphis thinking that they're Somalian. They're doing it in Minnesota because they probably are Somalian. You know what I mean? Like this guy. That's the fucking craziness of this. They're not like. Do you hear Chicago? Do you hear the blacks of Chicago bitching that they're being racially profiled and what? Riding my fucking pants, cat. Fuck.
That we all
I don't care if you're just nibbling them.
If we want a better America.
Weird.
My friends,
Damn.
I want you to go out and see how the schools right now have become a place where every corner there are people who are watching out. And we're being told those are terrorists. When we define people who are defending their communities, when I've got people who cannot leave their homes today because of fear. Legal residents.
So stupid when it comes to that.
That their neighbors are supporting one another. The neighbors who are coming together every single day to provide them groceries, the help, the routine things that every person takes normal. Nothing is normal anymore.
Appreciate you, brother. I am Representative Emma Greenman, and I represent South Minneapolis, which is home to the Minnesota Veterans Hospital, where Alex Preddy cared for our veterans. And it's about a mile away from where Renee Good was killed by federal agents for protecting her neighbors.
My bad.
And today, I started the day the same way many of my colleagues started, with an bracing for an onslaught of texts, of signal chains, of whistles, of neighbors and friends and colleagues warning of people being abducted by armed masked agents, of bystanders being harassed, sometimes illegally detained by federal agents, of kids missing from schools and workers being stalked by ICE at construction sites, at restaurants, and so many school parking lots. Every day. And on the worst days, twice in 2 weeks, neighbors shot dead by federal agents for the act of protecting their community. And for that, their families and their loved ones are subject to lies, to propaganda, and bullying from Trump, from the government, and from his far-right followers. This is Trump's day of reckoning and retribution, and we are going into the third month. And nothing has changed since Greg Bovino left and Tom Homan came, promising a change of tone. Just this morning, ICE agents in the North Metro pulled over 2 16-year-old students on their way to school.
Dude, did you hear about what Tom Homan's going to do? He's going to create a database. I don't watch any... Oh, you're not talking to me. Create a database of all the protesters that are messing with ICE while they're trying to do their work. And they're going to make it public. And supposedly they're going to send it to their employers. Which I don't think it would be too hard for them to find out who they work for. They got all that records, right?
No warrant, no explanation. In Minneapolis, neighbors were hit by chemical munitions, and in a separate incident, constitutional observers were rammed in their cars by ICE. Agents punched an observer in the jaw in a hospital, and in another incident, 7 agents surrounded an observer, broke their car window, and arrested them. And I'm not done, because this morning I asked my colleagues for what's happening in their community, and I have limited it in the interest of time. In the last few days in the Western...
That's the other argument. If they don't work, cut them off from their social benefits. They're going to do that shit. Now you don't get your food stamps. Now you don't get your Section 8. Now you don't get your welfare, your Medicare, whatever it is. You get caught interfering with federal agents, you get your shit cut off. That would be cool.
Suburbs, an educator's spouse, a legal resident, was detained by ICE with no explanation. A Somali mother-to-be, a U.S. citizen from Eden Prairie, was followed and harassed on her way to a prenatal appointment. In Northfield, masked ICE agents went door to door at an apartment, again without a warrant. And in Belle Plaine, federal agents have reportedly attempted entry into a child care center. And this week, we saw a video of an ICE agent telling a peaceful observer, quote, "You raise your voice, and I will erase your voice." This is after 2 of our community members were killed by ICE. Does that sound like de-escalation to you? No. Changing their uniforms or their tone of voice does not erase the federal agents who continue to turn their guns on their own people, acting lawlessly without warrants, without rules, without respect for the First, the Second, the Fourth, the Fifth, the 10th, or the 14th Amendments. Believe your eyes. Believe your ears. And we aren't the first American city to experience Trump's out-of-control federal occupation. Our legislative counterparts, and you're going to hear from a few, standing right here with us.
You know what these people love? They love the fucking citizens doing their dirty work, because then they're not guilty of anything. As long as the citizens do it and they tell them to be peaceful, then it's not them doing anything wrong. It's not the government doing anything wrong. It's all ICE.
In Illinois, in LA, in Portland, in DC, in North Carolina, know this feeling all too well. And others here wonder, when will they be next? That's why they're here with us, standing in solidarity and with a shared purpose. Because they know that Minnesota is Trump's testing ground for what happens next. It's an inflection point for our country, and it is also the place where we are mobilizing our power as a state and as a people, as an American people, to put this lawless federal authoritarian power grab to
an end. Fucking likes you, Minnesota.
And while we're not the first state targeted, Minnesota is the place where people around the country started to believe their eyes. Americans are starting to see the out-of-control federal regime clearly for the first time. And let's be clear about what's happening here. ICE is just the brutal enforcer, the tip of the spear of Trump's plan of unchecked executive power. The Trump regime sent 3,000 armed, masked federal agents into our neighborhoods while demanding our voting rolls, while investigating our elected officials, and while using executive action to try to strip vulnerable Minnesotans of health care and child care as retribution. This is not about public safety or immigration. What this is about is a president of the United States trying to force policy change, investigate his political opposition, and commandeer our voting rolls and our elections under the barrel of a gun. 3,000 guns in Minneapolis and Minnesota. But that's not how this works. That's not how America should be. Not on our watch. So now is not the time to stop believing your eyes. It is the time to hold the line. Holding the line is what communities across Minnesota have been doing for weeks, months, since January 2025, actually. And I'm a voting rights lawyer. Government by the people is what I have spent my life defending and strengthening. Here in Minnesota, we know a little something about people power democracy. And what I see right now is democracy in its truest form. We see neighbors practicing democracy by protecting their community members and their constitutional rights, observing, documenting, protesting, striking, rallying, feeding, educating, and using their bodies as a shield against state-sanctioned violence and terror. In Minnesota, we are holding the line for our neighbors and our freedom and American democracy. But we cannot do this alone. We are not doing this alone. So I have a few asks, because I'm an organizer and I wouldn't leave without an ask. We need every U.S. senator to vote against any budget that funds this lawless, authoritarian ICE and work. Here in Minnesota, we are asking our colleagues here and on both sides of the aisle to use all the power you have to stop this federal assault on our communities and our country. And we are asking state leaders in other states who join us here today and to take the message back to your people. It is stand with us and hold the line. And to our communities, to the Minnesotans in our schools, protecting our neighbors, standing up in our streets, who have been holding the line everywhere. We are so proud of you. We are proud of your strength and your courage and your resilience and your heart in the face of this terror. And we will be with you. We will be with you in our streets. We will be with you in this beautiful capital. And we will be with you around the country protecting our rights and our Constitution for as long as it takes, not just to end this here in Minnesota, not just to end this here in the country, but to realize the democracy that we are here fighting for. That's right. Thank you.
Everyone's
thank you all for being here today. My name is
was
Cora Newman. I'm a state senator from Montana. And together with my colleagues standing here around me in State Futures, we have organized this in 10 days' time.
So different.
Last Saturday, I reached out to some of my colleagues here in Minnesota and across the country and to State Futures and said, we need to use every lever that we have in this moment. What do we have as states that we can use to assert states' rights and to come together and say, we will not stand for this? The turning point for me personally was watching a video my cousin took on his street here in Minneapolis of ICE agents pulling up around one of his neighbors, jumping out of the car.
Oh, look at this. A Minnesota man allegedly tried to break Luigi Maggiani out of jail in New York. Breaking news. And by impersonating FBI agent. What? That happened.
Refusing to ask questions. What you have all seen day in and day out was sent to me by someone in my family. I was raised by Holocaust refugees. And what I saw that day was Gestapo. What I saw that day were the stories that my grandparents told me. Thank God they got out, but they barely got out.
Yeah, the thing is, they would have died. They could have been shot in the back of the head before they even made it to whatever fucking van or whatever they were going to put them in to get them to the train to get them to the concentration camp where they would eventually die, lady. Do you see the difference? I'm fucking dumb. And like, these people are here illegally.
Rounded up, taken into dark rooms, harassed, almost killed, and they barely escaped. So I stand here today as the granddaughter of Holocaust refugees, but also as a Montanan. I'm here from Montana, and we have here today many colleagues from other red states, ruby red states, purple states, where immigrants only make up 2.2% of our population. So some might ask, why is a Montana senator standing with Minnesota? The answer is simple. What's happening in Minnesota is a test case for federal overreach that threatens every single state in this country. And Montanans would never take lightly to uninvited federal government agents in masks coming onto our land. And if you know any Montanans, you know that about us. And as we have seen these past few weeks, neither do the people of Minnesota. And I just want to say, we see you, Minnesota. We see you. We either stand together now or we fall separately later. I want to start off by explaining why
this lady just said 2% of Minnesota, but guess what? 12% of the total population of Twin Cities Metro are immigrants. 12 is a little bigger than 2. Region's immigrant population increased by nearly 30%. 20%. So it's like, why are they throwing out Minnesota? They're not all over Minnesota. They're in the Twin Cities. All right, let's talk about that. Let's stay on the same page.
Matters. Why a gathering of state legislators from across the country matters. This is the first time since the Hartford Convention of 1814.
They're such fucking assholes because their constituents are like, yeah, only 2% of Minnesota, get out of our state. Guess what? Most of Minnesota is red. That area that's hardly any immigrants, those people voted for Trump. That's why the immigrants aren't there.
That this many states have come together to take a unified stand against federal action. In December of 1814, 5 New England states sent 26 delegates to Hartford to oppose what they saw as federal overreach during the War of 1812. They drafted constitutional amendments. They demanded limits on federal power. They asserted the rights of states to defend their own people.
Wait.
Today, more than 200 years later, lawmakers from 27 states, more than 5 times as many as were in Hartford, are standing together. And this is going into something even bigger. My colleagues in New York released yesterday a letter with nearly 600 state legislators from 47 states, the overwhelming majority of the United States demanding accountability. This is not Democrats versus the Republicans. This is not coastal areas versus heartland states. This is ruby red states and deep blue states, rural communities and major cities united by one principle. The federal government has crossed a line. And just like the delegates in Hartford, we are not here only to speak, we are here to act together. This is not symbolic. We are coordinating legislation across all 27 states to limit federal overreach and protect our communities. There are now 85 bills and counting that we are working on together to pass in our respective states. These pieces of legislation will require federal agents to coordinate with local law enforcement, mandate transparency and accountability for federal operations, protect constitutional rights from warrantless arrests and racial profiling, guarantee state access to crime scenes involving federal agents, establish real consequences when federal agencies operate with impunity. Montana will introduce this legislation, Minnesota will, South Dakota will, Vermont will, Kansas will, and 22 other states standing with us today will. When 27 legislatures move together, Washington should take notice. Montana has a long history of pushing back when Washington oversteps. We have challenged unconstitutional federal firearms regulations. We've asserted state authority over how federal policies are implemented. We fought federal overreach on land use, environmental rules, and election laws. We know what it looks like when Washington decides it knows better than local communities. And what we are seeing in Minnesota should alarm every American who believes in federalism, the Constitution, and the rule of law. Another thing that I wanted to share, if you saw recently, a few days ago, a federal national poll came out that showed that 80% of Americans do not believe that the murder of Alex Preddy was justified. So let me just say again, 80% of Americans, that is Democrats, Republicans, rural communities, urban communities, people from every background. So when we come together here from 27 states, what we are representing is the will of the American people. We're not here as legislators. We are here to represent our constituents, and our constituents say no. 80% of Americans are saying that Minnesota is being used as a testing ground. And we are saying no more masked militarized agents with no transparency and no coordination. 2 American citizens dead in 3 weeks. And that's all that we need.
They don't register under a party registration, but this says in 2024, the vote proxy Republican got 58% of the vote of Montana, while 39% of the vote was Kamala Harris. So in recent statewide voting, Montana has been roughly 60% Republican, 40% Democrat. What the fuck is she talking about? Did she say that they're a Democrat state? Is she just saying that?
Know of. While local police made hundreds of arrests last year without firing a single shot.
Probably even.
If this became normal in Minnesota, what stops it from coming to Montana? Thank you all for coming and joining us today. What we are doing here today is sending a clear message, not only of how historic this moment is, that not in over 200 years have this many states come together to say no more, and to the federal government, you have crossed a line. But we are coming together from 27 states, the majority of this country, to represent our constituents and say, we need accountability, and we need your trust that we can rule, that we can legislate and support our communities, that our communities and our legislators know best. Thank you.
All that dribble.
Good afternoon, friends, neighbors, fighters for justice. I stand with you not as an elected first, but as a sister in the struggle. I'm State Senator Graciela Guzman, daughter of Salvadorian immigrants, proud to come from the state of Illinois. I'm proud to be joined with my sister, Representative Norma Hernandez, co-chair of the Illinois Latino Caucus. From Chicago to Minneapolis, from the streets of Little Village to the streets of Duluth, there is a thread that binds us all. It is our shared resistance against...
Dude, I think that we should not allow first-generation Americans to be in positions of power in government. You should have to be at least second generation. You need to, your parents could have brought you here, had you, but then you need to have a fucking kid, and then maybe they can be in the government. You know what I mean? Like, first is too close. We got way too many Chinese nationals that come in through here, got our best interest in their back pocket, while I mean, they could easily be training their kid how to fucking infiltrate our government and fuck us over in the long run. It's less likely to happen with the second generation.
The federal government that would treat human beings as disposable. This is fascism. We all know that what is happening is far worse than what you're seeing on your screens and in the news. You already know that what federal agents are doing to your communities, but let us name it cleanly and clear without fear. A lawless, unaccountable arm of the state, insulated from consequences, that is using state violence.
Yeah,
that is
does
using
sound
state
better to
violence
me,
against our people.
actually,
That is exactly why we are here resisting.
Get them away from that
In
bullshit.
January alone,
Because they're
Minnesotans
being
Renee, Nicole Good,
indoctrinated.
and Alex Brady were fatally shot by federal immigration agents. Tragedies that have shaken your neighborhoods and ours and have echoed throughout this country. This violence is not isolated. It is national and it is systemic. And in the state of Illinois, we know this pain too. We lost Silverio Villegas Gonzalez, a father, a worker, a neighbor, who was shot and killed by an ICE agent in Franklin Park after dropping off his children at daycare. We lost Nenko Stanev Ganchev, a longtime Chicago business owner who died in eye custody, very, very far away from the people who loved him the most on his earth. Far too many others have perished in federal detention, denied care and dignity, and their names added to a grim ledger that just spans years and administrations. These names should break us all open. These were human beings.
But the people that were dying coming up through the Danube Canal, the people that are being raped and murdered by the cartels, what else? All the missing kids that were coming to our border drugged off CBD gummies and being handed off to who knows who the fuck, and now are disappeared. We don't have any idea where the hell they are. Like, oh, it was thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds, how many kids? It was way too many. And they don't care about any of that. Just once they're here, we care so much now.
Mothers and fathers and neighbors, losses
Fat
that are
bitch
movements
doesn't
will
even
carry
care about what she puts in her mouth.
us every single day. To the people of Minnesota who are fighting back to take back your streets, your homes, your dignities, we are here because your struggle is our struggle too. Your courage to speak truth to power lifts us all up. And this fight is not new. It is part of a long arc in the immigrant justice movement in this country. Marchers who walked through the snow and the sun for justice. Workers who organized in factories and in fields. Families who opened their doors to neighbors because they knew that their survival depended on shared community care. So for them we say, presente, we see you. We are living in a moment where people are taking the streets not for spectacle, not for headlines, but because every single organ of power has failed them. Minnesotans have faced illegal detention, assault, intimidation, threats, and the destabilization of our schools, workplaces, hospitals, and homes. And what they are saying is simple. No more. ICE must leave Minnesota. ICE must leave everywhere. ICE must be abolished because no institution that terrorizes our community for profit deserves to exist. So
only a fucking moron wouldn't think that all these protesters, are like 90% of them, have been chomping at the bit for something to protest. It's what they love to do. Like, who else would be out there in this freezing ass weather? They're not like just like so that they can be on the news, pretty much, so that they can be on national news. You said that it wasn't for that. What the fuck else is it for then? They're not accomplishing shit except for that. That's it. Trying to get a little internet fame.
Be clear, this is not about public safety, this is about public terror. When federal agents storm neighborhoods with tear gas, with rubber bullets, and brutalize people without cause, and attack peaceful protest, we are all made less safe. No amount of authoritarian tactics, however, no amount of tear gas, no amount of brutalizing, no amount of attacks, however, will make us turn ourselves and our eyes away from our neighbors. Not in Minnesota, not in Illinois, not anywhere. This link stretches between all of us across this country because fascism always has an end. Fascism always has an end. And that end is found in our shared organizing that builds power from the ground up, in communities that hold each other up when the state turns its back. So let us organize.
Does fascism always have an end? Okay. Russia might have elections, but did fascism really end in Russia? And what is China? Aren't they a fascist country? Like altogether fascist country? I don't know. I don't get it. Is she sure it always has an end?
Like our lives depend upon it, because it does. Because it does. Let us use every tool possible to protect our communities, our voices, our laws. Let us reinforce our state laws
Iran has elections,
right?
Right?
Is a principle in every single corner of this country. And in the absence of moral clarity from the federal government, they might have to try to pry it out of our cold hands, colleagues. Doesn't make it less correct. Illinois was founded by solidarity values, so let's not get it twisted. When one community is under attack, we're all under attack. When communities are torn apart, when workers die in custody, when children are terrorized, that diminishes all of us. So we're not here to beg for justice. We are here to demand it in Illinois and across every single state in this country. We will not be silenced. We will not back down, because this is our fight. This is our fight for humanity, and we'll win it together. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Senator Lindsay Port. I represent District 55 in the South Metro. We just got done with about a 4-hour hearing from Minnesotans about their stories, about what's happening. I want to thank the many lawmakers from around the country for joining us here to bear witness today. And I want to start out by calling something that not many of us say out loud. If the state of Minnesota passes a law to ban masks for law enforcement, or agents have to respect essential safe places like schools and hospitals and churches and courthouses, then Americans have the right to sue the federal government if they have been wronged. If we pass any or all of those laws, what would it mean when Donald Trump's government already won't follow the laws we have, including our most fundamental laws, the Constitution? That's right. Even lawmakers have these moments of doubt. Do we have the power to stand up right now? Do we have the ability to make a difference for our communities? Every time I feel that way, I meet someone or see something that changes my mind and gives me the hope I need. I see parents that surround the bus stops in my community so kids can get to school. I hear whistles as ICE raids another neighborhood to warn our neighbors. I watch and rewatch videos of Minnesotans observing and documenting, putting their bodies on the line, knowing the risk could be death. And today, I saw Minnesotans come together and bravely testify about the illegal invasion of our communities and the harm that it has caused, is still causing, and how we can fight back to protect each other. Minnesota has never had a select committee on federal impacts in its history, and that's because we've never needed one. We've never had a hostile federal government led by a president who tries to justify withholding funds, depriving people of rights, and killing Americans as an act of retribution, his own word. I hope that in the near future, Minnesota has no further use of a committee like this. But I would suggest that every state needs a committee like this right now. What's happening to Minnesota will happen next in another state. Masked, unaccountable ICE agents and Border Patrol agents aren't being fired or suspended when they're caught breaking the law. They're being reassigned and sent somewhere else to another person's community. Their budget is scheduled to grow by $170 billion, and they are planning to hire another 10,000 agents in the next year, on top of the 12,000 new hires they rushed into service last year. In February, when the Minnesota legislature comes into session, we will act to reclaim our sovereignty, inscribing the rights that belong to all Americans, and demanding accountability for the agents who perpetrated this evil and the leaders who sent them here. I am proud to see similar legislation already passed and being introduced and advancing in other states. States are the laboratories of democracy, and right now we are researching the cure for an authoritarian government. I welcome the contributions and the collaboration of all of the states represented here. This is a test of our republic, of the rights of people against someone who sees himself as a king, his deputies, agents, and his enablers. We're all in this together. That's right. And the only way we will get through this to a better future is together. We will not break. We will not stop. We will continue to stand for our communities. Yes. Thank you. Yeah. Questions from the press.
I would just be curious to hear from a lawmaker from a red state and whether they feel generally more cushioned from immigration enforcement that we're seeing in Minneapolis because they are a red state.
Hi, everybody. I'm State Senator Ryan Grunberg from District 10 in Fargo, North Dakota. We, to answer your question, is we are starting to see ICE agents within our communities as well. As of last week, I know there has been at least 20 individuals that have been abducted in the city of Fargo. We are building support networks for those communities actively. Fargo is unique because we have a very big connection to the Minneapolis market. A lot of the immigrant communities that live in Minneapolis also have connection to the Fargo area, so they're all being equally terrorized because they're seeing their family members in Minneapolis being terrorized just as much as it's happening here. So it can happen everywhere. We're a smaller city, so it's not happening nearly as much, but it is happening in our communities as well.
Hi, I'm Tennessee State Representative Justin J. Pearson, and I'm from Memphis, Tennessee, representing District 86. And our state is dealing with the occupation of this administration right now. The city of Memphis has over 1,400 federal agents from every agency, including the Border Patrol, ICE, and many different other ones. 319 of our community members have already been deported and taken out of our city. Several of our businesses, especially black businesses and immigrant businesses, have closed down due to the federal occupation. And the organizing that has happened with Free the 901, Vincent Darius 901, and so many others is really trying to keep our community together. But just because you have Republican leadership does not spare you from an authoritarian and a dictator that wants to abuse his power, kidnapping, hurting, harming our communities. And our city is blue, right? We have a Democratic mayor and Democratic power, but that does not make you immune. This is what we are realizing, what's being articulated here. This is a power-hungry administration that is using and abusing their authority and power against all people, including people who are citizens of these communities, attacking kids at school, kidnapping parents as they're dropping them off. This is what's happening all across the country. So it isn't blue city, blue state versus red state. Like, we are still dealing with the occupation in the South, in Memphis, and they're going to governors where they are less likely to face resistance, which is why what we are doing is so important, and why this power that we're building matters, because this is going national, and they're finding conduits with these Republican governors to then attack black and brown people, but particularly in cities that are typically Democratic-led.
A quick follow-up for you in your city and also for the senator from Illinois. What has been the level of resistance among citizens of your city and state compared to what you're seeing in Minnesota?
Absolutely. Look, what's happening in Minnesota is inspiring me, and seeing how organized everyone is and how the leadership is working here. An idea that I'm taking back to Memphis is that we're going to hold a public hearing on ICE getting, getting out of our community, so that people can have an opportunity to testify in the ways that we saw here and be heard by people who are in positions of power. But as I said, we have over 30 organizations, once we learned about our occupation, that came together in Memphis and said, look, no matter what, we need to figure out how we fight together, how we stand together. And even amidst this, people have tried to create joy and have held joy parties, while at the same time we have an immigrant food pantry to help people who can't go to the grocery store because they're worried about what ICE is doing. But in Memphis, I think we are learning, we are organizing, and we are learning from each other about how we fight back, because this is going to take all of us to preserve this constitutional democratic republic experiment called America. It's going to take all of us standing up and speaking up and showing up and doing something in this time. If anybody is sitting at home or on the sidelines, you are part of the oppression. Yeah. You have to do something. And joining in this community, in this group, or joining with organizations locally is a part of the power that we have. And for elected officials that are in Memphis and that are in Tennessee, Republicans and Democrats who think this is somebody else's issue, you need to do your job. Right. Including colleagues that I love and that I respect. We all have to do more. That's what I got from this. I'm going to do more because of what's happening here. Like, we all have to figure out how to do more, because this cannot continue.
Before she responds, can you give us your name and spell it again, please?
Representative Justin J. Pearson, Justin, J. I always use my middle initial, Pearson, from Memphis, Tennessee.
Thank you. Memphis local law enforcement, what is their situation?
I'm not trying to turn this into my press conference. Our city has a responsibility to protect its people, and there has been too many times where I've seen ICE riding in Memphis Police Department cars, and then our mayor saying that our police isn't cooperating with ICE, and we're being told not to believe our eyes. And so I'm going back with a harder line as I go back home from being up here in Minnesota, that our city, our police force, all need to quit any cooperation at all with ICE or any federal agent, period. And don't tell us that the videos people are taking of Border Patrol being in police cars that our taxes are paying for is not happening. We need to end any engagement at all with ICE or these federal agents that are occupying our city.
I'll be brief. State Senator Graciela Guzman, that's GRACIELA-GUZMAN of the 20th District in Illinois. And we are a state that is a Democratic supermajority. We have passed sanctuary law, across sanctuary law, including laws that preclude and stop any cooperation with law enforcement, that stop the construction of detention centers. We just passed the Safety and Liberation Together Act that has 5 different pieces, including much of like what you heard in terms of the rule of law and right of action. That being said, your central question was, what do the citizenry have to say? Over 80% of Illinoisans say ICE needs to get the hell out. Right. They need to get the hell out and stop the practice that they're doing in our communities. Just this morning, as we were arriving to this hearing in Minnesota, there were multiple calls of ICE in our community. We put out a call for school watch. You know how many shifts we got filled in less than 1 hour's time? 200 shifts across one section of north part of Chicago. What that tells you is our citizenry is not just talking about it, they're doing about it. They want to see legislators that are passing laws. They want to see legislators that understand that mutual aid and rapid response have to be a part of our governmental structure. That actually serving our constituents means that we are doing everything to lift up structures that protect our communities, which is why in the state of Illinois we also have a central reporting hotline. One hotline across the entire state of Illinois. It's why we have data about the atrocities. It's why we have a truth commission that serves in the state of Illinois to bear witness and accountability to what needs to happen. And I'm hopeful that our colleagues will continue doing those practices, because it's not just our lawmakers, it's our constituents that are saying we are personally impacted. These are our neighbors, these are our workers, these are the people that we love, and ICE needs to get the hell out.
Good afternoon. My name is Long Tran, state representative down in Georgia, and I can tell you unequivocally there is no cushion. In Georgia, we had the nation's largest immigration raid in a rural town with over 300 Koreans deported. We had the 4th highest rate of the
with that law, wasn't that an auto manufacturer where they found out that most of their employees were like undocumented, that we're supposed to be here? What's your point, dude?
In the country. We see ICE in every corner of our state. Our farmers and our small businesses are screaming at the top of their lungs, save us, because the economic damage that it is doing to our communities is destroying small towns. And so, no, there is no cushion for red states like Georgia.
I'm just going to chime in really quickly, because those red states who have ICE presence, Montana is a red state that does not, or very little in its beginning, and we have some of our Native American legislators here who can share more about that experience and the challenges there. But this, I want to say that this is one of the reasons I wanted to bring this together, is because we need states that don't have ICE activity to see that we could be next. And even if we are not next, the federal government is breaking the law. It is defying the Constitution. And when every single one of our children and every child that looks back at this, again, Democrat, Republican from every state, when they look back at this point in history, they are going to ask all of us what we did.
Oh, yeah? Are they doing that for the Obama administration? Are kids nowadays, or were kids 10 years ago like, oh, man, remember when Obama did that? Oh, my God. Nobody gives a shit, dude. Bitch. Why would kids care about any of this? I miss my friend Jesus. Say hi.
And if I say, well, I was in a state that didn't have, so I was okay. That is not acceptable. No matter what is happening in your state, that's right. The federal government is treading on us. And we are saying no more. That's right.
Delusion, bitch. You're so delusion. kids care about this. You make them care. They would much rather be caring about what toy they want or like what they're gonna do this weekend and what they're gonna spend their allowance on. You know what I mean? Or hopefully I don't have much homework. Like they don't give a fuck about immigration law. They didn't when I was a kid, and they still don't. But the teachers make them give a fuck about it. They make it this thing so that it looks like the kids care. I don't believe it. Not the one that believes that dumb shit. Okay, so apparently this lady is supposed to be talking soon. Here, perfect.
I-M-A-N, last name Adan, A-D-A-N. And I'm the Deputy Executive Director on the Council on American Islamic Relations here in Minnesota. We are gathered here today not just as organizers, activists, and advocates, or even for you all as members of the press. I want to name that we are also here as witnesses. Witnesses to a movement in Minnesota and in this country where peaceful protests is being targeted and treated as a crime, where the demand for accountability is met with retaliation, and where communities are asked to accept violence without truth and power without oversight. We are here because the killings, or rather I should say the murders of Renee Good, of Alex Peretti, here in Minneapolis did not happen in silence. There were witnesses there. It happened in public, in front of neighbors, cameras, and communities who saw, recorded, and continue to remember. And today we stand to say that those memories matter, that what people witnessed matter, that our eyes, our voices, and our collective conscience matters. This press conference brings together a broader civil rights coalition to confront the political targeting of organizers, the unchecked expansion of the militarization of ICE here in Minnesota, and the criminalization of dissents under federal enforcement obligations. Today also marks the launch of year 2 of the nationwide Target boycott, a campaign for corporate accountability and economic pressure co-founded to demand that companies do not profit while enabling state violence or the erosion of civil and human rights. You will hear today from leaders who have been on the front lines of this work and who are now themselves facing political retaliation for refusing to be silent. And up first we have civil rights activist, leader, and attorney Nakima Levy-Armstrong.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you all for being here. I am Nakima Levy-Armstrong, a civil rights attorney, an activist, the founder of the Racial Justice Network, as well as a former law professor. I stand before you today as someone who is facing political retaliation at the hands of the Trump administration for using my voice to speak truth to power and to challenge what I feel is a conflict of interest with regard to ICE Pastor David Easterwood serving as both a pastor at City's Church in St. Paul, as well as the acting director for the field office for ICE in the state of Minnesota. In that capacity, David Easterwood has condoned the conduct of ICE agents who have wreaked havoc upon the streets of Minneapolis, who have brutalized people, and who have murdered people, all while our government tells us to wait and be patient. Minnesotans have been extremely patient and have exercised restraint with regard to the level of violence, brutality, terrorism, arrests that have happened, violence against women, kidnapping of children, and on that our community has been forced to endure. We are here today to say we will not be silenced, we will not be intimidated, and we, the people, will continue to show up with our whistles and our voices as they bring guns and munitions to level against innocent people. Had Governor Walz listened to us weeks ago, following the killing of Renee Nicole Good it is possible that Alex Preddy might still be alive today. Black organizers who have been on the front lines for many years trying to hold our government and law enforcement accountable for unwarranted state-sanctioned violence know this all too well. The government will look the other way in the face of oppression, abuse, and police brutality. ICE is no different. This is not only an immigration fight, this is a fight for police accountability. This is a fight for racial justice. This is a fight for our constitutional rights. And we must not forget that. We call upon the media to stop bowing to empire every time they put out a spin from the White House. That is a part of the problem. When we had the city's church protests, it was triumphant for the people because we took a stand by going directly to the power and saying this cannot stand. You cannot serve two masters, because the whole foundation of the gospel message is to love thy neighbor as you love thyself. And Minnesotans have been loving our neighbors and putting our bodies on the line, while ICE has been attempting to destroy our neighbors. And so as we had a triumph for the people, what did the media do? The moment the White House came out saying that they were going to conduct a so-called investigation, that became the headline. And that is a way of bowing to empire and silencing the voices of the people. It's unacceptable and it's unconscionable, especially to see our hometown media publications that know exactly what is going on here bow to empire and make a headline about J.D. Vance coming to town. Who gives a damn if he comes to town if he is part of the empire that is destroying our community? We need to amplify the voices of the people who are out there in the freezing cold, day in and day out, making sure that Minnesota does not yield to fascism, authoritarianism, or tyranny. I stand before you today as someone who was arrested just 1 week ago, following statements from Kristi Noem and others that arrests were coming. A few of us, or at least 4 of us, went to stay at a local hotel just 8 minutes away from the federal courthouse in the event that arrest warrants were issued so that we could work with our attorneys to turn ourselves in. When we found out that arrests were imminent based on media reports, then what we did was reached out to our attorneys and we asked them to contact the U.S. Marshals and the U.S. Attorney's Office to see if arrest warrants had indeed been entered. My attorney, Jordan Kushner, specifically made those calls, and he did not get answers regarding arrest warrants being issued. What followed after that was the FBI conducting surveillance upon us. As a matter of fact, they are still probably conducting surveillance upon us. They came to the hotel where we were staying, apparently looking for us, surrounding the hotel, and even doing a stakeout in the room across the hall from me. At one point in the middle of the night, I opened the door to my hotel room. Well, I didn't open the door, but one of my friends opened the door to my hotel room to go to her room next door. As soon as she did, we saw a man run out of the hotel room across the hall from mine and started chasing her. And I closed the door and locked it because of the aggression that I saw and felt from that person, who turns out to be an FBI agent. There were multiple FBI agents in the room across the hall, and they tackled my friend in the hallway and were physically abusive towards her, manhandled her, bumped her head, and even caused a concussion. Why did they do this? Well, my suspicions at the time were correct.
That is him, yes.
And they were attempting to manhandle her. Now, mind you, I am a brain tumor survivor, someone who has had neurosurgery to stay alive. And these goons were willing to tackle and attack me in the hallway. Not saying freeze, not saying you're under arrest, but acting like they were on a football field with regard to the brutality that they exhibited towards another black woman, again thinking that it was me. That's absurd and it's unconscionable. And when I closed the door, I made sure to reach out to our attorneys and ask them to get to the hotel as soon as possible.
Dude, I'm sorry, dude, but I've had neurosurgery. I had a transphenoidal pituitary adenoma resection. They went in through my fucking nostrils and shit and took a pituitary tumor off my pituitary gland. And I was fucked up off that shit for like a week. It felt like somebody was punching me in the forehead constantly. And I wouldn't even think to like bring that up if I'm doing some dumb shit. I get tackled by the feds. I'm like, hey man, I had fucking brain surgery 20 years ago, bro. What are you doing, man? You're supposed to look up my medical history and shit. They can't even do that, by the way. So what the fuck are they supposed to do, lady? Treat everybody with the kid gloves?
Because we were under attack, and we did not know what lengths those FBI agents would go to. It's really sad that the hotel compromised our safety by cooperating with federal agents at the time and allowing them to set up a room next door. Now think about the lengths that the FBI went to.
Wait, they had a room next door to her?
Our safety by cooperating with federal agents at the time and allowing them to set up a room next door.
That's amazing.
Now think about the lengths that the FBI went to. Think about the lengths that Homeland Security went to. Think about the lengths that the White House went to try to capture nonviolent protesters.
So at that point, it wasn't just to capture you. They were tapping your fucking room and listening to everything you were saying, lady. What do you mean? Yo, that's brilliant.
At a church.
Meanwhile,
they have yet to conduct an investigation into the killing of Renee Good and the killing of Alex Pretty. As a matter of fact, what did they do after Renee Good was killed? They lied on her and claimed she was a domestic terrorist. The President of the United States lied on her and claimed that she tried to run over ICE agent Jonathan Ross. What did J.D. Vance do, an attorney like me? Misstated the law, claiming that the federal agents had total immunity, and then tried to backtrack his statements after Alex Pretty was killed. Yet, here we are, black women, nonviolent. Our only weapons are voices. Being treated like Hannibal Lecter. Being treated like a mass murderer. Tell me, where is the justice in that? And media, you have a responsibility, as I said before, because you all participate in spinning headlines and turning us into criminals.
And I'm just gonna say, dude, that black women of her stature and size are stronger than a white woman of the same size. I've dated multiple black women, dude, and you know how there's retard strength and old man strength? It's fucking black woman strength too, dude. I don't know, dude. They were bred for their muscles are stronger or some shit. I don't know what the fuck it is, dude, but I've wrestled with them in bed and shit. I've felt their strength. Black women are normally stronger than white women of the same size.
Standing up for the poor. We're standing up for the vulnerable.
I'm sorry,
we are standing
ladies.
up for the truth. Now let's talk about what happened when we got into the federal courthouse.
Maybe they're just more angry.
Upon our arrest, let me backtrack. Upon our arrest, you saw that I was calm, cool, and collected when talking to the FBI. I asked them specifically, why are you recording?
AI says
and the
about
response was, oh, it's not going on Twitter or anything. They asked me to record, which I thought was really odd. Thankfully, there were people on our side who were also recording, and the world got to see the truth following the White House putting out a distorted image of me, crying and hysterical, exaggerating my features, and darkening my skin. Shame. That is what they did to O.J. Simpson, darken his skin. So this is a pattern. This is a part of
Yo, she's already dark as
black
fuck,
people
though.
and trying to make people afraid by saying.
By the way, since we don't have chat over here, I don't mind pausing her. I have a source up that doesn't have chat. It's okay. I like that we got this idiot in frame now. But check this out. I asked the bot two things earlier. I forget what the fuck I was going to ask it about her right now. I got distracted with this still. I didn't want to forget my train of thought on this. So Iran's not fascist, China's not fascist, Russia's not fascist. That's those three questions. But then I asked, is today's America less fascist-like than those countries? Yes, today's America is far less fascist-like than Iran, China, or Russia. While critics highlight authoritarian trends under President Trump's second term, such as mass deportations, politicized law enforcement, and inflammatory rhetoric, the U.S. retains robust checks like independent courts, free elections, and media pluralism absent in those regimes. The thing is, these small courts are getting fucking shut down. They think that Trump's is ignoring these small courts when they say shit, but no, they get beat down on appeal at the Supreme Court level. But then they say, oh, but that's Trump's Supreme Court. He did what he did, and now he's got who he wants in there. It was all the master plan. Get rid of Roe v. Wade. Give the states back the power. What the fuck, man? If you don't like Texas, go to California. I'll leave this bitch. You can have this place.
This is what will happen to you when you stand up against a corrupt, fascist, and authoritarian government. But you all see that I was not afraid. I did not back down. I stood in the spirit of my ancestors, and black women who for centuries have held it down.
They don't want us to bomb Iran when they're definitely more fascist-like than we are. But they don't want us getting involved with their government, though, at all. Stay the fuck out of that. Leave those women alone. Have they looked at pictures of Iranian women back in, what was it, the 60s or early 70s? They look like they were having the times of their lives. They look like they were in America, dude. What they were wearing. You couldn't even tell it was Iran. You had to be told, this is fucking Iran. Wow, look at that. That's Iran. Holy shit. Yeah, man, and now they've had this government forever, and they don't want to get involved. Oh, we have an armada, Trump said, on its way to Iran right now. So, I don't know, man. Apparently, the supreme ruler of Iran has witnessed some underground bunker too, because he doesn't think Trump's playing.
Despite state-sanctioned terroristic violence against us. So after that happened, once I was actually handcuffed.
How he got a trimming? It seems like he got a little trimmed up here, so he didn't look so much like a homeless vet.
And taken into custody. We got into the federal building, and there were marshals who were shocked that we were being arrested for protesting. They could not believe it, and they said so.
They acted like
when we got into court, as you could see, the magistrate judge ordered that Chantel Allen and I be released that same day, and the judge the magistrate wound up granting a request from federal prosecutors to give them a 1-hour stay in order for them to contest our detainment. In other words, they wanted to keep us in jail, even though the magistrate said that we could be released. So the judge said you have 1 hour to submit your briefs. And there was supposed to be a hearing that afternoon. But you know what happened at the federal courthouse? Because we had over 150 supporters from the community who showed up, they closed the federal courthouse early. And 8 minutes after that 1-hour stay, they transported Chantel Allen and I into a vehicle by the U.S. Marshals and took us to the Sherburne County Jail. But they didn't just take us to the Sherburne County Jail.
Wait.
They used three.
Was she saying it's the fault of the protesters being out there that they shut, or they blamed it on that, apparently, the protester. I mean, if the protest was growing and they needed to get you the fuck out of there, I don't give a shit if some lower court federal judge says shit, dude. If the higher ups don't want the fucking shit to happen, it doesn't fucking matter what he wants, dude.
Different sets of restraints.
Why do they think that he doesn't have somebody he has to answer to, and maybe they were like, nope, not gonna do that. Sorry. What the fuck, man?
Yes, as if we were hardened criminals and murderers. We had shackles on our ankles. We had belly chains around our waists, and we had handcuffs with bars in the middle.
What does that even mean?
As someone who majored in African American studies, I can tell you that is the closest I ever felt to slavery in my life.
Oh, poor thing.
Being shackled as if I was a slave.
What, dude? Welcome to getting arrested,
unacceptable and unconscionable,
lady.
but it's on brand for a White House that specializes in cruelty, brutality, lies, and deception. Once we got to the Sherburne County Jail, we were strip searched.
You don't have to get a felony to be shackled like that somewhere. It could be a simple misdemeanor, like driving on a suspended. And you might get shackled like that depending on what jail you're in. And you might have to walk up a fucking incline with these bitches on while they're rubbing, grinding all up into your ankles and shit. I've been there, done that shit. And yeah, you can bitch about it, but you acting like they've tried to make you feel like a slave and shit. Well, they're doing it to the white people too.
We were placed in jail uniforms.
Outta here.
We were locked in cells side by side. And I'm not even going to talk about what they tried to feed us that looked like mystery meat.
Yeah,
that
welcome
makes
to jail.
me sad for the people who are currently incarcerated and not even being fed decently.
What about the murderers?
For their survival. I didn't want to even use the restroom in my cell. Why? Because there's a camera watching your every move. This is in spite of going through x-ray machines and being strip searched where they know you have no contraband.
How do we know?
And yet still there's a camera in your room watching you with nothing.
How do they just know you don't have any contraband? Wait, you're just so special. You definitely, there's no way you could have any contraband at all, right? Now, why would they search you like they do everywhere? What makes you so fucking special, bitch?
Else in there but a bed on cement and a metal toilet that doubles as a water fountain.
That's jail, dude.
So again, this was intentional on the part of the White House.
What were they supposed to give you?
On the part of the Department of Homeland Security that allows murderers to go free. And as I said before, had our governor listened, when we said use your power to arrest the officer who killed Renee Good, he postured in front of the cameras and made excuses.
You can't.
And now we have the execution of Alex Preddy on our hands. Now, what did you all witness? What looked like a gang initiation or beating?
At work.
Let's call it what it is. I know the media says, oh, Alex Preddy died as a result of an immigration crackdown. That's too mild for what we are dealing with here. It is fascism and it is authoritarianism and it is brutality and an execution of an innocent person right in front of our eyes.
They need to use a current picture of Renee, dude.
We would have been demonized. We would have been under the jail. But what did the White House do? They allowed those murderers to escape from the state of Minnesota. And then after the governor had a phone call,
I'm confused with what she said right there, though. But is she saying that if it would have been a black person that shot him, they would have been demonized, or if it had been a random person off the streets that isn't in the government that shot him, that they would have thrown him? Like, yeah, I'm sure they would have thrown that person out of the fucking jail because like they don't have any authority to just be shooting people like that. So they would be definitely the jail with no bail. But they have authority to shoot people. Yes, it's going to go through the steps and people are going to be looking at a bunch of shit. Apparently, they were wearing body cams even. So that's going to be a thing. People, I don't know if they'll be able to FOIA request federal body cams like that or not, but we'll see what happens with that. It just happened, lady. So yeah, a random person would have, but not a black person that was a border patrol. No, that would have been the same thing that's happening to these guys.
With the president, he tried to appease the people by talking about the tone shifting. That's not enough. Who gives a damn if the president's tone shifts, if we still have an ICE occupation here in the state of Minnesota? They should have been arrested. They still should be arrested, and there needs to be accountability. Thank you.
Something that comes to mind for me is Tom Holman,
Always
Donald
the same
Trump,
with the
J.D. Vance,
people, dude.
City of Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry, State of Minnesota Governor Tim Walz need not have been alive or been leaders during the civil rights movement to know or to think or to wonder what side of justice.
The thing is, civil fucking rights lawyers only want to help out minorities for some fucking reason. Because when I got my car all shot up, I tried calling a few of them, and I wasn't getting anything. Like I wasn't getting any callbacks or anything off of my messages. It goes straight to voicemail or whatever, and it's like, What if I would have been with like a black accent at the time? That was the BLM fucking heyday. You know, would they have seen more dollar signs with that or something? Like, what the fuck, dude?
Been on at that time. Their actions in Minneapolis, in Minnesota, this month alone is a reflection of what side they would have been on in justice. Next, I would like to bring up the co-founder of Black Lives Matter Minneapolis and St. Paul Public School board member Chantel Allen.
Black Lives Matter? Oh, yay!
It's Black Lives Matter Twin Cities, and I'm also part of the National Black Lives Matter Grassroots Organization.
That's even worse.
Nakima said it best about everything kind of we went through. One thing she left out is in the transport, they didn't handcuff, they didn't put a seatbelt on us. So they had us shackled, and then our arms were chained to our stomach, and our feet are chained together, and we're in the back of this ride, and they didn't give us a seatbelt. And they were just driving reckless like they were trying to Freddie Gray us. I just want to add to that because...
where are all your bruises?
That's the kind of terror that they're putting in our communities right now.
Pussy.
I always have to ask
you slid
as a school
a little
board
bit
member,
in the back
how
of
are the children?
And
we keep talking about our neighbors. We keep talking about community and adults and what's happening to protesters. But our children are witnessing this level of terror right in our city right now. Our children are going to online learning right now just to avoid being exposed to this terror.
They go into this school every day.
Because your child is a citizen, they don't recognize what's happening, you're wrong, because these conversations are happening on the playground. Their friends are being taken. Their friends' parents are being taken. Their teachers are being taken. Their mentors are being taken. The people that they love are being...
I'm just saying, like, when I was a kid, I wasn't searching out to hang out a lot with the kid that barely spoke English. I had this in middle school. Wong Vu or some shit was this guy's name, and he was Vietnamese, and he fucking stank, actually, all the time. I thought it was the food he ate, maybe. And his English was really bad. And this was 8th grade. And I never tried to hang out with that dude. You know what I mean? Because, I mean, for one, it was hard to talk to him. I mean, yeah, I might talk to him a little bit, but it wasn't like I was trying to, like, get to know him enough to where we could hang out on the weekends and shit. He had different culture. He had different vibe that wasn't just like, it just wasn't the same. And aren't kids the same as that now? Don't they try to hang out with their own people? Or like, are they actively seeking out trying to talk and hang out with a kid that doesn't know English hardly? I don't get that. I think these people are full of shit, dude.
Just stolen away from here, and all they see is the violence attached to it. What is this going to do for our society in 20 years? How are our children going to feel about our government, about our people in 20 years after they're seeing all of this during their foundational years?
What happened with Obama? We're 20 years from that. Actually, we're over 20 years from that. We're 22, 21 years from that. So, are those people tripping out about that Obama? No, they're not even talking about it, dude. Nobody cares about Obama and what he did.
That concerns me. A week before all of this went down, we had thousands of kids walk out of school to say, take a stand. Arrest Jonathan Ross. Do something. We're afraid. We're down 500 kids in our school district right now of children who are just afraid to come to school. We're projected to have another 400 next year. That's 3 schools worth of children. We're not talking about a few absent.
Dude, that means that those teachers can now concentrate on citizens of our country and maybe get a better education because their K-12 is kind of lacking with proficiency scores.
And we're going to be able to just keep functioning. We're talking 3 schools worth of children who don't even want to come to school because they're afraid to stand at the bus stop.
Oh, wait, no. That's all American kids too. No, they just don't want to fucking come to school, man. It's easier to learn from a computer and shit. Not to do the whole class thing. It's boring as fuck at school, man. I remember passing out in class. Just wanting to go to sleep in some of them. It's like, oh my god, it's 6th period. Can they fucking get on this bus and go home already?
Afraid to go to the corner store, to their sports
Stupid.
games, to their...
I'm not that naive to think that kids aren't going to school because they're fucking scared. Anybody that is has completely lost like their remembrance of what it was like being in school when you were a kid.
that they love the most. They're being confined in their houses. When, as a society, are we going to say, let's protect the children?
Like,
let's protect the children.
Why were we making them wear fucking masks, dude? Talking about protect the children. They were the put every kid. Can you imagine going to school and having to wear a mask all fucking day like that? Can't even see each other smile. No facial expressions to like how that would have affected us if that would have lasted forever.
Let's do everything in our might to protect
They were cool
the
with
children.
that.
And I'm here to say I'm willing to do everything in my might to protect all of these children in this Twin Cities.
And all the missing kids again. Bring that up again for the.
And we need serious accountability right now, and we need ICE out of our city so that we can go back to safety and we can start the healing process so that this doesn't continue to trickle on for the next 50 years. I'm Chantel Allen again. Thank you all for being here. And this has been a horribly traumatic experience for me and my family, for Nikema and her family. But it is a horribly traumatic experience
meant your direct neighbor,
for our small
not
children,
the other
y'all.
ones.
Pay attention to our children.
Next up, we have the Executive Director on the Council on American and Islamic Relations here in Minnesota, Jaylan Hussein.
First and foremost, I want to just...
This guy again. What the hell is he? I need to get it this time. Because I wanted to see this. No exact count. Okay, so there's like 85,290 no severe... Wait. Just give me the TRDO. 129,000 previously untracked UACs. Oh, they located a bunch? Wow. In 2022, they located 129,000 untracked UACs. How many there are though now? Risk claims reached 300,000+ unaccounted for, often tied to lax sponsor bet or prior policies. They didn't care about those kids, but they care about the 1,500 kids in Minnesota. That's super important that they go to school, especially if they're illegal. They're going to be going to Mexico anyway. We got to get them in there to learn their times tables before it's too late.
First and foremost,
wait, I want to get this.
Here in Minnesota, Jaylan Hussein. The Executive Director on the Council on American and Islamic Relations here in Minnesota, Jaylan Hussein.
Why am I always seeing this guy? I thought he was a congressman. I still don't know what the fuck he is.
First and foremost, I want to just acknowledge the incredible leadership, the incredible gift that Minnesota has in these two incredible leaders, in Dr. and Reverend and Professor Nikema Levy Armstrong, and Chantel Allen, someone who not only is on
Bet they don't let this dude talk because he says stupid shit.
the streets, but takes deep passion in supporting our children and our
Same
youth.
with him.
We are indebted. Minnesota is, the whole country is, for your steadfast, for your leadership, for continuing to stand up. America, we find ourselves once again in the middle of a historical moment. What most will not know, but I must remind, is that 6 years ago in Minnesota, while the whole nation faced a pandemic of a COVID pandemic, we in Minnesota were tasked to take care and remind the nation of the oldest pandemic, the pandemic of targeting black and brown people in this country. We faced the murder of George Floyd. And George Floyd is the face and the name of the countless people in this country who have faced the brutality of police brutality in all over America. Minnesotans were woken up in May of 2025 to the horrors of a man crying for his mother. May of 2020. The cries for his mother. And he moved us in Minnesota in ways Minnesotans did not expect. But that movement didn't happen just in Minnesota, it happened globally. And in this moment, we find ourselves once again an administration targeting our state, not knowing that Minnesotans have already been dealing with a moment like this. When the cameras left and everyone left, we still carried the legacy of fighting for justice for George Floyd. It never left us. And for many Minnesotans, once again, we find ourselves in a moment where government, state-sanctioned violence is being targeted against innocent people. The same people here in Minnesota are once again standing up and showing the rest of the country what it's like to fight for justice, what it's like to fight for our neighbors. And this president, this administration did not know the resiliency of our state, and they are meeting it head on today. When we say ICE out of Minnesota, we do not mean ICE out to go somewhere else. We are showing the nation that a warm heart on a cold corner and a whistle and a people who wake up every morning taking care of their neighbors will defeat any ICE operation anywhere in America. Anywhere in America. And for those who still believe in the lies, I want you to know that we are in a moment where this administration and those who support are attacking the idea of truth. But for those who stand for truth, will know that in this moment that we are going to win. They lied about the murder of Renee Good. They lied about the murder of Alex Preddy. They lied about the murder of Keith Porter. They lied about the murder of so many others. But those lies were so big that the entire country could not hold on to these lies. And they are now in a moment where the Americans have to decide, are you on the side of right and justice, or are you on the side of failure and falsehood? And I know for sure the country is choosing the side of moral clarity.
You knew for sure Harris was going to win too.
I know there are institutions in this country that are afraid to say standing up peacefully and protesting is a wrong thing. But Minnesotans came out just a week ago in the coldest of our days. We knew how to put on the right socks and the right shoes, and we knew how to come together, and we also knew how to see each other, because we have done that in the middle of a pandemic. We showed up on those streets in the middle of a pandemic where we wore masks, but we were still together. And in the coldest days, we have stood up in this moment. But I want to take you to how Minnesotans are leading the nation. After Target, out of nowhere, decided that they were going to be the leaders of diversity and inclusion. And they did. They profited off of that. They got us all into their stores. They brought our products into their stores. They showed that they were going to do something.
Gives a shit about you not shopping at Target.
None of that actually happened. And for the first time, before even Trump even put out the damn press release, they were the first ones to turn back on their neighbors, to turn back on George Floyd and the promises made by so many Minnesotans. They were the first ones to turn back and look straight at us and say that they do not care. But guess what? Here in Minnesota, by the same leaders that you're seeing right here, Dr. Lakima Levy Armstrong and Monique Colors Doty and myself started and launched the national Target boycott. They said that we couldn't do it. They said that we were asking for a lot. But in this past year, the country has responded. Women across all of America decided that they are going to find diapers somewhere else. They're going to find milk somewhere else.
Target out of business because they didn't want to put your fucking
to showcase that diversity and
tranny
inclusion.
bathing suits for kids at the front anymore.
Forward. And any company that signals that we're moving back is a company that will go back to the times when they didn't exist. And for this past year, not only did we see...
And they changed their websites. A lot of companies changed their websites, though. Why aren't you going after all of them?
Less people shopping at Target, but we have seen Target not recover from the decline of their stocks. In fact, Target at this moment, as I speak to you, is a no-buy stocks. Anyone who buys a Target stock is a fool in today's society. But why am I talking
Why
about
do they
this 1-year
care
anniversary
so much about
in this
Target,
moment?
though?
Because for those who did not believe that Target would do such a thing, turned back against his neighbors, became the front lines of the economic justice that ICE was doing to us. Not only did the Target parking lots become safe haven for ICE agents, we saw Bavino walk inside Target as he owned Target. And for many people, they woke up to the idea that Target is involved. They had been involved from the beginning. They refused to stand up for the people, and it's the people who took their purses back and decided to shop somewhere else. Yes. We are asking today for the Americans and others across this country to ask, what can we do? It is time to stand up for who you are.
Maybe you just don't want to be in the ghetto-ass
Walmart. That
Walmart.
care about you. Companies who refuse to quote to this president, refuse to acknowledge the fact that this moment is a moment for Americans, a moment for all of us. And that is why we're encouraging every person to stand firm and commit to standing up and stand for this boycott. We're asking for the moms and the dads and the people across this country. Target is the front line. Target is the company that we need to put pressure on.
Why?
And for the Target corporations, we already heard from your customers, but most importantly, we even heard from your staff. That it's chaos inside Target. That many people in senior positions are leaving, and the company is spinning. And we're going to learn about the fourth quarter in just a few weeks, and it will not be good because the people in this moment are standing up, and that is the embodiment of the best thing. And I'll end with this by saying,
sounds like he shorted
it's
Target
not just
stock.
the Target boycott. It is the Target boycott. Stand up for the Target boycott. Don't make it a side project. Make it the issue. Stand up for your neighbors. And in this moment, when we teach these companies that the power of the people organized can always win, we can win. And to all of Minnesotans who has saw the charade of this government, the charade, that they would arrest peaceful protesters faster than arresting those who murdered Renee Good and Alex Perry is a sign and a testament that what is happening to us has nothing to do with justice, nothing to do with that. And we know for sure that justice delayed is justice denied. They are denying our justice. They are denying the justice for Renee Good and Alex Perry. But I know these moments have come before where governments and leaders think that they're above the law and they're not accountable to the American people. I believe in the spirit of the American people. I believe in the Minnesotans from all across this state who are standing up showing what it's like to be in a great America. We are asking for both state officials as well as Hennepin County and others to bring state charges to the murders of Renee Good and Alex Perry. We should know by now who shot and killed Alex Perry. We don't need to know that they've been off duty. We need to know that they're arrested for the murder that they committed on broad daylight.
That's right.
America and Minnesota, this moment will pass.
Well,
and we will be better for it.
They were on the
I
job.
ask you the question that maybe Renee or Alex may ask. If I am killed in the broad daylight, what did you do to safeguard yourself, your neighbor, from the same type of targeting? In this moment, we in Minnesota will de-ice. And for this moment on, we will not allow ICE to operate anywhere else in America because the great people of Minnesota were targeted, assaulted, overwhelmed, occupied. But we came up with our little tater-tot hot dish and cool whatever we are and passive aggressiveness, and we showed the rest of the country that warm hearts in Minnesota can defeat ICE. And we will melt ICE here just like we melted Bavino. And it is over here in Minnesota. Stand with us and be like a Minnesotan, because justice delayed is justice denied is justice delayed. And in this moment, we ask every single person to demand justice by any means necessary.
There you go.
Thank you so much, Jelani Hussein. Next, we have another co-founder of the nationwide Target boycott that was founded here in Minnesota, Monique Colors Doherty.
If there's one thing that I want the people of America to understand, if they're not here to see it, know that here in Minnesota, we hold the line.
Yes. Just so you guys know, no federal agent has ever been successfully prosecuted and convicted by a state court for killing someone while on duty. There are legal barriers. Federal agents typically enjoy supremacy clause immunity from state prosecution when their actions occur within the scope of official federal duty. That's why I kept saying that. They're on duty, bro. I don't even think it's different if they do something on duty. And are deemed necessary and proper. States can attempt charges, but cases are often removed to federal court or dismissed if the conduct aligns with federal authorization. There's been these notable attempts. Look, one of them was by fucking Minnesota. Oh, wait, no, this is the one we're looking at. I thought it was a different one, dude. I'm like, what? You knock it off. Where was this one? Idaho. 1992 Ruby Ridge incident. Idaho charged FBI sniper Lon Uriuchi with involuntary manslaughter for killing Vicky Weaver. The case was removed to federal court and dismissed due to immunity. So, yeah, you can bring the charges up. It'll just be a fucking show. A showpiece for you. Look what we did. Yeah. All known state prosecution charges for on-duty killings have failed, either through dismissal, removal, or dropping charges without any recorded convictions. Local or state officers have faced state convictions for similar acts, but not federal agents. Again, come again.
This is nothing new to us, holding the line. It's just gotten larger with ICE. And that's why we can come out and be so damn good at it. Yes. Right. In Minnesota, we've been holding the line, standing in solidarity for all oppressed people here and across the country, across the globe, across the planet. We've been standing for a free Palestine. We've been standing for a free Congo. We've been standing for the people of South America. We've been telling the truth for those voices that have been silenced. So we hold the line in Minnesota. That's right. This is nothing new.
Get it.
Now it's grown, and we have even more people coming out because still in Minnesota, we have people who are still compassionate. We have people who love their neighbors. We have people who will not sit by and idly listen to whistles being blown and their neighbors being dragged out of their house by ICE. We have people who are compassionate enough to put on the outfits to stand outside in the cold and make sure that the children are getting in the school safe and getting picked up from school safely. We have compassionate people, and that's what it takes to hold the line. So while we go through these tragedies here, and families getting separated, and students getting arrested, like last night with the 50 to 70 students arrested on campus at a noise demonstration.
At the U of M?
At the U of M, I believe Masters Hotel. Graduate Hotel. Those students held the line. Follow Students for a Democratic Society, how you can support them, make those calls in. And I'm standing here wearing a Free Mahdi Ali shirt. We hold the line for Mahdi Ali, who Target was actually involved in his wrongful conviction. One thing about Target that many people don't know is that Target has a crime lab. And in part of that crime lab, they offer assistance to law enforcement across the country. And it was a so-called Target expert that made
what was the group again? Students for a Democratic Society? Dang it. Organization she was talking. There it is right there. SDS. Students for a Democratic Society was a major 1960s American student organization cornerstone of the New Left, dictated to participatory democracy, civil rights, and opposition to the Vietnam War. Founded in 1960 and disbanded. Wait. Oh, look, new SDS, refounded in 2006, a new organization was formed to revive the anti-war and progressive spirit of the 60s. Oh no, there's another pro-Palestinian campus encampments and demonstrations against deportation. So, is this their website? Yes. Is this where you donate? Join, but where is the give money button? How are they getting to join first?
A 16-year-old high school student who happened to skip school that day, and he was charged with murder. He's in his 30s now, and part of this problem also with Target goes to Amy Klobuchar, who, as Hennepin County prosecutor, increased the mass incarceration rate for black and brown boys by 600%, and it was funded by Target Corporation, as she was paid by her prosecutions and convictions. It is estimated there are still 200 black men who went in maybe as even boys, who are still wrongfully incarcerated. And we're calling for Target and Amy Klobuchar to take accountability for their actions. As Amy Klobuchar has thrown her name into the race for governor, she must remember that we are those who stood up and shut down her home campaign when she ran for the president in that race. And we have not forgotten the harm that she has caused to our people in our community. So when we see Democrats harming our people, we see Republicans harming our people, we have to remember that Democrats and Republicans are two sides of the same coin, that capitalists will put profit before people. So we are fighting for a new America, a new way of life, a way that accepts diversity, equity, inclusion, a way that values all lives and all people, where our neighbors are protected and safe, where we are not exposed to wrongful prosecutions in this country. We stand for a true and just America, for a better America. All power to the people.
All power. Thank you so much. Something that comes to mind for me is that the state and the country gave a damn when two white people were killed. If any, I believe, as a rising imam, a theological studies student, an activist here in this state, that if anyone in this state were killed that looked like me or the people behind me, the state or the country still wouldn't give a damn. You know how we know? Who was killed before Renee Good and Keith and Alex Reddy?
Keith Porter Jr.
Black and brown. Black and brown. Black and brown. White folks in this state and this country didn't give a damn until two white people were killed. Trump's base didn't give a damn that even though Alex Reddy, had a lawful and legal firearm on him that he did not use despite what they say, still didn't give a damn. However, they did give a damn that Kyle, he-devil, trigger-finger, Rittenhouse was trying to protect his community and right behind him. Shame. 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 Next, we have Michelle Gross to speak to us from the Communities Against Police Brutality. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Gross, MICHELLEGROSS, and I am president of Communities United Against Police Brutality. Folks, the fix is in. I'm trying to get this out of my face. There we go. Is that a little better? Okay, got it. Okay. Y'all, the fix is in. Yesterday, 16 constitutional observers who had been exercising their First Amendment protected rights by using whistles and cell phones to videotape ICE agents were charged with, quote, interference with federal agents. Pam Bondi has promised more such charges. Then last night, 67 protesters were pepper sprayed and arrested by University of Minnesota police on charges of, quote, unlawful assembly for protesting the lodging of ICE agents at the Graduate Hotel. Meanwhile, we are still working to defend 3 people who have been charged for exposing that the regional director of ICE is a pastor at a church. Yet not a single ICE agent has been arrested. These latest arrests appear to be the result of a deal with the devil that our public officials are making behind the scenes with Tom Homan. Yet no such deal seems to have been made for the federal government to turn over the murders of Renee Good and Alex Reddy. When members of the Trump administration showed up on our doorstep, the first thing our elected officials should have said is, turn over the killers and then we'll talk.
That's right.
So now, while the community protects and defends each other with whistles, cell phones, and grocery deliveries, Our local law enforcement has been gifted to ICE as an extension of their assault on the community, apparently in exchange for getting a few of their federal demons off our streets. Members of this community have won the hearts and minds of the people across this country with our love, our generosity, and our courage. People everywhere have joined with our demand for ICE out. But once again, the elected officials have found a way to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. That part. Basically trapping us in the middle. Let's be clear. We will continue to stand with our neighbors. We will continue to defend our neighbors, and we will continue to do what we need to do no matter what deal our elected officials make. Walz, Fry, and the rest need to knock off these compromises. Our demands are clear. Turn over the cops that murdered Renee and Alex. Drop the charges on all protesters. And finally, get the hell out of Minnesota. Yes. Thank you.
Emphasis on the last part. On all of it. All of it, right? All right. Next, we have activist and leader William Kelly speaking to us next.
Last time I checked, the Department of Homeland Security was created to fight terrorism, to protect New Yorkers and other Americans from a threat. But then why did 1 week ago a Homeland Security agent put an M4 in my face, not trained, he didn't have it shouldered properly, he was holding it with one hand, but he came out as I peacefully surrendered myself, and he put it in my face with no training, with anger. They dragged me back into a cell and put me in chains, as people have spoken before me have mentioned. And they mocked me. They took pictures of me like I was some catch of the day, like I was the terrorist that they captured in Al-Qaeda. I'm a veteran. I'm an activist. I'm a man of peace standing for the dignity of all Americans, of all humans. Why am I being persecuted for this? Make it make sense. Americans, I ask that you remember the Constitution. You remember that this nation was founded on liberty for all.
That's right.
All people are created equal.
That's right.
So remember this, Americans. Get off your couches. Join in solidarity with your Black, Latino, and immigrant communities, because you have more in common with them than you do the billionaires. And do it peacefully. We have the First Amendment for a reason. That's all I've ever done, is raise my voice in the name of the Constitution, in the name of humanity. So please get in the streets now, Americans, and do not let them silence our voice. Do not go quietly into that night. All power to the people. All power to the people.
Thank you. And then lastly, we have attorney Gordon Kirshner.
All right, Gordon. We're in the heat of struggle against fascism here. Fascist takeover by the Trump regime. Fascist takeover by the fascist Trump regime. These, the prosecutions that brought us here of people who were involved in a nonviolent protest that happened to be at a church, that is fascism. This is central to the First Amendment, that people have a right to protest. This was a peaceful event. Free speech can make people uncomfortable, and yet the federal government has totally distorted the case and made it look like there was some kind of persecution of people for their religious beliefs, which has nothing to do with reality. This is the kind of Orwellian tactics that a fascist regime engages in, where they make up stories that are clearly counter to reality about their agents who murder people in the streets, and they make up their narratives about people that they choose to persecute, who cause no harm, but are merely trying to resist the oppression. So the law that they're charged under is one that was passed to protect, free black people, free black slaves, prevent their constitutional rights from being violated. And in this huge distortion, they've turned this law around after deciding that they weren't going to enforce these laws for their purposes, have now used it opportunistically to actually go after people who dissent from the fascist Trump regime and make it look like they're violating other people's constitutional rights, when in fact all they're doing is protesting against the pastor of this church
whose day job is to administer or preside over the fascist stormtroopers in the state of Minnesota.
So you're saying only black people can enact that? It's only if a black person's service gets interrupted that it matters. Not if it's the white people. That shit.
That's right.
And so they're being, make no mistake, they're being blatantly persecuted for
black
taking
people.
a political stand against the government. So if you go and challenge someone in a position of authority in government, next thing you know, you're being prosecuted for a federal felony based on an invented story, a really insidious kind of story that makes it out like the people who are protecting constitutional rights are actually trying to depriving other people of constitutional rights. Now we're seeing the same thing with the recent massive arrests of people who were arrested at ICE protests. Now, most of the people arrested, were victims of ICE brutality, and the agents made up stories about them assaulting or obstructing ICE and have charged them with federal felonies. Some people were just in the wrong place at the wrong time. They happened to be there, and they were picked out randomly by ICE.
That's what they're saying.
There were people who were racially profiled.
They never
One of
kicked
my
a car or
clients
anything.
Was pulled over by ICE, and they busted into his car. He was Native American. Who has more of a right to be here and is more native to this country than someone who's Native American? They claimed that they thought he was an Ecuadorian that they were looking for, which kind of also underscores the fundamental racism behind what this is all about. That it is a war on people of color, and it's a war on any white people who dare to come to their defense.
If it were mostly white people that hit our border, that flooded it, which it wouldn't be, because most white countries are pretty awesome, if you think about it. They don't flood our country like that because they don't want to leave their own, because their country is awesome. That's kind of interesting. So, but if it were the case that it was like that, we would be pulling over white people in droves trying to get the ones that aren't from. We would be listening to their accent. We'd be doing the same exact shit against a bunch of white people. That would definitely be happening, dude. Especially if they were coming here to try to take advantage of our social welfare programs and shit, the same that these people are.
Now, it's all political. You heard Dr. Nakima Levy-Armstrong talk about how the ICE, the Homeland Security agent who arrested her, filmed the arrest on his mobile phone. They filmed her, recorded her being handcuffed, and recorded her being taken away. Now, this is totally unprofessional. No law enforcement does anything like that. They have body cams, so to actually make a point of filming their action on a cell phone, that's unheard of, completely unprofessional. Now, I was there.
Body cams,
he told her, I was just instructed to do this. It's not going to go on Twitter or anything. And sure enough, Kristen Noem posted on her Twitter, video, using her as a trophy, which shows the political motivation. And of course, we know after that, the White House took an image and turned it around and totally defamed her and invented a completely different narrative.
They don't have that dude that was filming it did not have a body camera, and they're not made to have body cameras. Sometimes you'll see their phones stuffed into their vest right there, recording. I've commented on that before.
And made her out to be blacker. It's fundamentally racist. It's fundamentally fascist, where you have a regime that invents their own reality, literally invented their own reality, actually turning around the picture of someone to make it look like something totally different from what happened. So it's a stunt. It's for propaganda purposes. It's for creating a narrative, for creating reality.
He was violent in
yesterday
there. He
with the
had
mass arrest.
Aggro. He was
let me give
aggroed
people
out.
some background on the mass arrest yesterday, when we had, I think, 16 people who appeared in federal court. They were looking for 22. Homeland Security put out a communication to some attorneys who were involved, gave them a list of 22 people, said, you have to report to turn yourself in by tomorrow being yesterday, we're going to go out and get you. Of course, you can imagine the fear, given how violent these federal agents are, of them coming to your home and busting down your door. So 16 people who the attorneys could communicate with went and turned themselves in the next morning. The attorney who was involved in negotiating it, she was promised, we're just trying to make this orderly. We're not going to make a public spectacle out of it. Well, know what they did? They took cell phone recordings of every person who turned themselves in and put it on Twitter again. Pam Bondi posted it on Twitter. Good. So now you're innocent until proven guilty in the system. The government doesn't flash photos of people being arrested like trophies. They have an obligation to not invade their privacy, to not make it out like they're criminals until it's been proven so. And in this case, it'll be proven otherwise. So again, this is completely unprofessional. It's against all professional ethics of what are the standards in the criminal and justice system. And again, just like with Nikema Levy-Pounds and Chantel Allen, they've used these arrests as trophies. Has nothing to do whatsoever with enforcement of the law.
One of the most watched and beloved shows on TV, and one of the most longest running. You know what I'm talking about? Bad boy, what you gonna do? Yeah, they're all innocent. Get him. Yeah. Every weekend
is just fascist.
That was a bipartisan love affair we had with that. I think
people who are politically dissenting, creating their own reality, making up stories, and as has been discussed in so much depth, protecting the murderers who are murdering on their behalf. It is essential at this point to resist in every way possible, because they are on the verge of losing, and that's because the population of Minnesota has decided they're not going to accept it. That's right.
They're being recruited, they're being imported. A lot of these people that are out there with cameras aren't Minnesotans. A lot of people in the crowd that are protesting aren't even Minnesotans, probably. Or they've been activated off the BLM signal chat, like from back in the day. They're reactivated. They just like protesting anything. They don't care what it is. Protest the government? I'm fucking there, bro. Because they want a socialist government. They're being funded by this socialist group. A lot of them, most of them, from what I've seen, that are in Minneapolis at the moment. So any socialist is going to be against any of our governments until we're socialist, right?
You can't press a population unless they refuse to acquiesce. And they cannot impose fascism unless people cooperate. And that's, and I think this is getting out of the legal end.
They're going to be siding with the most socialists, which are the Democrats.
Before me, that it's so essential that the elected officials not give in and compromise. So it does not help us when Tim Wall says, "Well, we had a productive conversation." There is no, with another fascist who's replaced Bovino, Tom Homan, who accepted a cash payment of $50,000 for favor with the Trump administration, who's one of the architects of the oppression of immigrants, the horrible person, and you can't negotiate with this. Trump says, "Well, we'll take the people after you cooperate." There's no cooperation here.
That's right.
We cannot. They have to get out. There's no. We cannot sacrifice any immigrants here for our peace. Because not only can't we throw anyone under the bus because it's completely wrong for them, but we're also going to be throwing ourselves under the bus because this fascist regime is going to stop at nothing. Anything you give them, they're going to take more.
That's right.
And so we've got to fight these criminal prosecutions. We've got to do everything we can to mess up ICE's operations, not cooperate them in any way, because the only thing that they can understand is defeat. Anything that you give them, they're going to portray as victory, and they're going to do more, and they're going to keep oppressing us. So I think we all have to demand that Walz and Fry, that they not give in. I mean, I'm not a fan of Fry, but when he said we don't cooperate with them, we don't enforce immigration laws, and he was firm about that, that was the right thing. There's no way that it's in any way acceptable for the state or the local authorities to in any way help the feds with their mass deportation of immigrants or turning immigrants in. They need to protect everyone in this community against this fascist occupation until that occupation ends.
Yes.
Thank you.
I just wanted to bring up, because I was so focused on the kids, but when I was in jail, kind of leaning on what Jordan was talking about, they kept coming back to my cell and reshackling me all the way up so that they could take me out and take these photo shoots with different ICE agents. So it was like a new group would come in, and then they would come pull me out, reshackle me all over again so that they could take more photo shoots. It was almost like they were taking pictures so that they can send them somewhere to say, hey, we got them. And that's what it felt like to me. And that happened to me like 3 or 4 different times with different groups of ICE agents that just came in, federal agents. I just wanted to put that out there.
We'll take questions at this time. Charlie.
It is. I just need to know. I said, I heard.
Is USA Evgen a little fascist under Trump? How he got the Supreme Court mostly Republican. No, the USA even under President Trump in 2026 is not even a little fascist. It remains a constitutional republic with competitive elections, independent judiciary, including a 6-3 conservative Supreme Court, free press, and peaceful power transitions, lacking fascism's hallmarks like one-party monopoly or state terror. Court composition. The Supreme Court has 9 justices, Chief Justice John Roberts, G.W. Bush appointee, and conservative majority Thomas Alito, both G.W. Bush, Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, Barrett, all Trump, versus liberal Sotomayor, Kagan, Obama, Jackson, Biden. How it became mostly Republican. Trump appointed 3 justices, Gorsuch 2017, Kavanaugh 2018, Barrett 2020, shifting the balance from 5-4 conservative to 6-3 after the 2020 death of liberal Justice Ginsburg. Senate Republicans confirmed them by a simple majority after the 2017 nuclear option ended filibusters for nominees, and they refused Obama's 2016 Scalia replacement. Why not fascist? Fascism eradicates judicial independence. Here, the court has ruled against Trump. Example on immunity limits, election cases, showing checks and balances work. Critics cite rhetoric and policies like deportations as fascist-like, but no mass arrests of opponents or media shutdowns occur unlike Iran/China/Russia. Trump's court picks were standard constitutional process, not purges.
The question is, you had an AI altered image spread of you from the White House. All 3 of you were arrested, had your name dragged across Christine Pambani's social media. My question is, how has been the fallout of that since your arrest? How has it affected your personal life? I know that many of you had to get security, you haven't been able to go to work. What's been the fallout of this online social media, I guess, exposure from the administration?
Thank you for that question, Jolly. There has been a lot of fallout with regard to our personal safety being jeopardized. Now think about this. These are people who claim to be standing up for City's Church in response to a nonviolent protest that happened there. But what are they doing? Calling us the B word, calling us the N-word, calling us apes and monkeys, and saying that we need to die. Calling our phones, emailing us, dragging us across social media, but supposedly these are people defending a church. I would expect that if City's Church does not agree with this behavior, that they would speak up and say that this is not in alignment with the Christianity that we practice. Because it's certainly not in alignment with the Christianity that I practice and the God that I know.
Who are they supposed to speak up
who
to?
does not depend on hate, but focuses on love. And we are seeing an absence of love with regard to the way that we are being treated. And the White House and the President and Kristi Noem and Pam Bondi and J.D. Vance are all helping to foment that hate against nonviolent, peaceful protesters. They represent the federal government, which again is supposed to be the greatest superpower in the world. And yet they are leveraging their power against nonviolent,
You're not
peaceful
allowed to interrupt
protesters
church
while
services,
failing
just
to
like a
hold
white person.
Executioners.
And go up into a mosque in Dearborn, Michigan, and be like, "Hey, you fucking raghead! Why are you in here? Why are you doing this instead of that? Why are you doing this when you could be doing that when this is happening in the world, man? What about Palestinian kids? Why are you wasting your time in here?" You think that they would you think a white person would get away with doing some stupid shit like that?
Accountable for their actions. So all of us have been impacted in many ways. Our families have been impacted. But guess what? The God I serve is a protector. The God I serve is a defender. The God I serve is the God of truth, justice, and righteousness. That's right. And that's how we can continue to stand on our beliefs in spite of what they try to throw our way.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, it goes beyond just my own personal family.
You guys,
I mean,
the
our
last
school
word or
board
what?
is also being threatened, and our schools are in high alert right now because of this. And, you know, it's just, like Nikema said, it's so crazy to me that people who are, you know, saying that they're Christian and defending the church, and they're sending off these, I'm getting death threats, I'm getting, you know, bad phone calls, emails. It's happening in every direction of my life. And it's like, are we here for God? Are we here for love? Do you want to, if you feel like we violated that in that moment, why wouldn't you want to teach us more love in that moment? I am too a Christian. I believe in God, and I know that our God is a powerful God, and like Nikema said, he is a protector, and he is a man of justice. And I will continue to stand with God and continue to walk with him because I know that he will be able to change their hearts and minds into righteousness.
Everybody thinks God's on their side, lady.
It's my understanding that your belongings, including your cell phone, those two things during the arrest have not been returned. Do you have an idea of when you'll be able to get that back, or what kind of reasoning you're giving as to why you're still holding on to it?
My cell phone was confiscated along with Chantel Allen's, and we do not know why. We have not gotten our cell phones back, but we know that the FBI agents were desperate to get into our cell phones, which is an abomination as far as I'm concerned and an infringement upon our privacy and security. Jordan? Yes.
So we filed a motion to the court that's pending where we've asked the court to order the federal government to return the cell phone, let's return Nikema's cell phone. Now, they were desperate to get that cell phone. After they completed the arrest of Nikema Levy Armstrong and Chantel Allen, they actually followed, the group of Homeland Security agents followed and stopped one of the attorneys who was on the scene, in her vehicle, and threatened to arrest her, thinking that she took the cell phone with her. They said, "You're hiding evidence, we're going to arrest you." They let her go. Then I got a phone call from a Homeland Security agent saying, "We demand that you turn over Nikema Levy Armstrong's cell phone, right away." I said, "Well, I'm not giving anyone up any property unless there's a court order." She said, "We'll get a court order." Then I saw her in court a little bit later and she goes, "Oh, we found the cell phone, we have it." So they're desperate to get that cell phone. And the reason is, and it's in my motion, it's filed with the court, is because there's not going to be any meaningful evidence of a crime with this nonviolent protest in the church. You know, there's already tons of video of what happened. Anyone can look at it and see that was a nonviolent protest that's protected under the First Amendment. But they want to get all the information from the cell phone. They want to find out all her political activities, all her connections, so that they can harass the whole movement. And, you know, I mean, it's documented on the White House's website where they had this so-called national security memo that they published some months ago, where they're going after this, what they call a domestic terrorist network, you know, using all the legal means they can. And you know how they define a domestic terrorist? Anti-Christian, criticizing the United States. Basically anything that's against the Trump regime is defined as a domestic terrorism. Then, you know, of course, you saw that when they labeled both the people murdered on the streets of Minneapolis domestic terrorists, and these were completely peaceful, law-abiding people.
What the hell?
All the information. Someone asked about the phone. They want that phone so they can get all the information and they can persecute as many other people who are involved in resistance as possible. We're waiting for the court to decide on that motion, and usually the government kind of has liberty to take cell phones when there's arrest. It is pretty routine for them to extract all the data from them at this point. You know, that can't be allowed to happen here because they're not searching for evidence of a crime. They're looking to expand their rich hunt
it's a great product.
and their persecutions.
That's right.
When you were trying to turn yourself in, where do you turn yourself in if you want to turn yourself in when a federal government's making these comments on Facebook? And talk about that phone call that you had with the DOJ. What kind of arrangement was there? Was there an arrangement for Nikema and the others who were under suspicion? What option were there for those to go to the courthouse, the federal courthouse where you guys stayed at?
And I think your last part kind of answered the original question, which is normally if you want to turn yourself in, if there's a federal warrant, you go to the courthouse, to the U.S. Marshal's office, and you turn yourself in. And that's what we were trying to do here, instead of having a violent arrest at the hotel, because you heard about Satori, about how they violently tackled her and attacked her in the hall because they thought she was Nikema. You can imagine how terrifying it was. Now, what is ICE going to do to us? So we had a group of legal people, attorneys, who went to the hotel early that morning to try and arrange for Nikema. We didn't know that there was a warrant for Chantel Allen's arrest, so we tried to negotiate a situation where Nikema could go to the courthouse and voluntarily turn herself in. So we called different agents. Eventually, they had Dan Rosen call me, the U.S. Attorney for the District of Minnesota. He called me to discuss, the surrender. And so I gave him my proposal, which is we can take her down to the federal courthouse in Minneapolis. It's like 5 or 6 blocks. She can go to the marshal's office and turn herself in there, and we don't have to have any incident, no circus, no nothing. He agreed. He said, we agree to that. That's very reasonable. Let me just talk to my people and call you back in a little bit so I can give you the exact logistics. So he calls me back and says, oh, no, we can't do it that way. We have to arrest her at the hotel. And
why is that a thing? Why is that?
Exactly.
Well, she didn't want to get embarrassed.
Photo op. It had nothing to do with justice, nothing to do with public safety. It was all about their pursuing their political goals, putting their propaganda on air, violating Nikema Levy Armstrong's privacy, violating her right to due process, violating everything. And so Dan Rosen was taking orders from the fascists in Washington, D.C.
How about their fucking propaganda? Remember when Harris had a whole studio built for this live streamer so that she could interview her? They wasted a bunch of money on building a studio for some fucking reason for the thing. So it would look like she was actually in the studio of that chick, but she wasn't. Meanwhile, Trump was actually going to Joe Rogan's studio. So was Vance. Vance even went to that other comedian studio. Name for misplaced it now. Like, what's she scared of?
He was, at first he was acting like a reasonable person, but when it came down to it, he was being a loyal servant for the fascist empire, and it shouldn't have any credibility in Minnesota because of what he's doing.
Zan Holston, North Star Stories. With regards to the perp walk, what are your plans as far as the defamation suit?
Well, we're looking into that. There's other legal counsel who's looking into civil remedies. And in the criminal case, we will be bringing this as one of our multiple grounds for a motion to dismiss the violations of the due process rights of the people involved in this case.
Is he her lawyer? Because he sucks.
Dr. McKeever, during the time when you guys was being questioned.
Can you speak up?
Sorry. When you guys were in the courtroom when they didn't have any warrant, what did you think about that? Have you ever seen anything like that in your profession before?
No, it just shows the lack of professionalism of the federal government at this time. I know that people normally trust in the federal government, but you have heard their lies, their manipulations, the fact that they would put out a distorted image of me. These people have no shame, no morals, and no ethics. We're not dealing with the traditional federal government. We're dealing with evil.
The lighting just wasn't good. Maybe the white balance wasn't.
That's why we have to use our voices and take a stand. And so in court, multiple times, the magistrate asked for the arrest warrants.
I had my skin tone a little darker.
That was the first time I even saw my arrest warrant. Mine too. And Chantel Allen as well. So it shows you what we're dealing with here. And that's why I'm reminding the press to stop legitimizing a lying, fascist, authoritarian federal government. And downplaying the truth.
You know what I'm saying? Yo, I bet all my fucking photos from jail, I look pasty as fuck, like I'm on meth or something, dude. Like, I'm not gonna be like, hey, look, guy, why are you making me look like a crackhead, man? Come on, man. My civil rights.
We're the ones who are interrogated as if we're doing something wrong when we are standing up for the people and trying to prevent our country from sliding further into authoritarianism. People are asking me about how long have I been a reverend? How long have I been a preacher? Well, you need to be looking into City's Church and their connection to Pete Hegseth and the powers in Washington. Ask them about their theology. Are they recruiting ICE agents in the church?
Why didn't you answer that?
We don't know. But we went to try to ask these questions and figure out how are we dealing with this conflict of interest?
After that.
How is this Christianity? And what were we met with? Handcuffs, shackles, criminalization, and abuse.
Real quick, I want to say that I consistently ask for a warrant.
This fucking lady every time has to get the last word. It's the fourth time now. I think she's been like, excuse me, I gotta do something.
I finally got to the federal building.
God damn.
A guy came with his phone.
And she's like the BLM person. She's like the main BLM person there too. So of course she is. They're all talk.
He scrolled really fast and he pulled up Nakima's warrant and he said, here it is. And I said, I'm not Nakima. They said, we definitely have a warrant for you. And so then they kept scrambling around and they brought a piece of paper that had my name on it. It looked kind of like a warrant, but it didn't say what I was charged with or anything like that. I said, this doesn't even say what I'm charged with or what what it is. So I never really saw the actual warrant until we got in court and the judge demanded to have one. So
you're fucked regardless. Shut up.
No. We did what needed to be done. You see that we're unapologetic. People need to speak up.
Right.
We cannot be
Unapologetic
silent,
probably
sitting
gonna end
on the
up biting her in the
sidelines.
ass.
No one is coming to save us. Who keeps us safe? We keep us safe.
She thinks that not being apologetic keeps her from admitting guilt, maybe.
My understanding that the day after you were released,
and apologize for something you're not guilty of.
So I woke up the morning after I was released. I woke up to a phone call at about 6:15 a.m. while also hearing whistles outside my residence that I was currently staying at. I go out and I look out the window and there's HSI agents at the
He
back
already
door of my
talked.
neighbor's
What
house.
happened?
Upon answering the phone call, I hear them say, "He's in there, we got him." And they barged into my neighbor's house, even though I had been in court the day before and gave them my address. They barged into my neighbor's house with guns drawn just as they came to me. I'm a peaceful protester, but they barged into my neighbor's house with assault weapons. Where are we at, America? Where is our liberty? Where is our freedom? Remember the Constitution.
Oh, no, he didn't trim
Stand for
it.
the Constitution
Never mind.
before it's too late, please.
And they were looking for your cell phone.
I believe they were looking for my cell phone. They had a warrant signed by a judge, but it did not say what they were actually looking for.
As long as I got that cell phone,
Murders and to throw the federal government out
all that
of
matters.
What is the state?
All your
local,
communication.
Do they have jurisdiction to issue subpoenas, to start investigations, to arrest people?
Yes, they do.
Can you clarify where that is, please?
Yeah, they can, yeah, I mean, the state can enforce any criminal violation that happens, within the state of Minnesota.
Even if the federal
and the county
says no.
Well, let me finish. I mean, the county.
All right, just to recap a little bit, I've already went through this, and I asked the AI, has a federal agent ever been prosecuted by a state for killing someone while on duty? Well, the short answer is no, never. Always gets thrown out.
County can. So here's
They're
how,
wasting time again.
It does get more complicated. I mean, they can
They're on
arrest
duty.
someone and charge them with a crime, even if they work for the federal government. At that point, the federal government could say, federal supremacy. They're doing their job. The state doesn't have jurisdiction. They would take the case, move the case to federal court, and the federal court would decide whether it's appropriate for the state to prosecute or not.
You're just wasting time
And
now.
that would be a legal battle.
Right.
But you can't have that battle unless they arrest the people in the first place, so it can play out. Let me just go back to the warrant. There was a reason that they wouldn't share the warrant, and that's because once we got the warrant, the magistrate demanded they turn over the warrant, and he had a reason because he had scratched out one of the charges and said no probable cause for that charge. So they were charged with conspiracy to violate civil rights. There was also a charge for violation of what they call the FACE Act.
Am I the only
We
one?
found that there was no probable cause for that charge, and they didn't want us to. They didn't want didn't want us to find that out.
So just to follow up on my question, is there any indication that our state and local officials are following up on their ability to arrest people and conduct a real investigation?
I know that, I just see in the press Keith Ellison's assurances that they're conducting a thorough investigation, and I guess it's going to remain to be seen. I guess people have pointed out that if there was video of anyone else shooting someone else in cold blood, they would be in jail right away.
Right, and that's what we want the people to understand. All the posturing we've seen from our elected officials here in the state of Minnesota, they keep begging and pleading with Donald Trump to get ICE out of Minnesota, but they won't use the authority that they have right now to arrest these executioners, to arrest these thugs and these gangs who are terrorizing our community and who call themselves ICE.
Do you feel like Drew Evans is doing a good job?
Drew Evans needs to be fired or to resign. He would not even put the BCA as the investigating criminal agency on the murder of Renee Good.
They wouldn't have normally. They wouldn't normally be anyway. It would normally be the feds. I've looked into that shit too. Normally, the feds take control of their own crimes. Apparently, that's the thing. That's the fucking thing, man. It's always how it is, pretty much. I don't know if it's ever not been that way. Minnesota just wants everything to be different just for them, time and time again.
Black organizers applied pressure, and we demanded a locally led independent investigation after the federal government said that they would not cooperate with the BCA. We said this doesn't make sense. You can't trust the federal government anyway. Do your own investigation. And so then we had all these elected officials posturing before the cameras saying the same thing we said the day before. And then we had AG Keith Ellison and Mary Moriarty saying they would conduct an independent investigation. People thought the BCA would be heading that investigation. But you can look at their website right now and see that they're distancing themselves, saying that they will only collect and categorize information, but they're not leading the investigation.
I understand.
There is no...
I understand why the federal government isn't letting this organization do this, because they're beholden to a Democrat governor. Like a Democrat, they might be nonpartisan, but their state is blue because they have a Democrat governor. So therefore, like, they might try to spin some shit a certain way to really, really fuck up the next either midterms or presidential election somehow. Like, so yeah, they're protecting their best interest by not letting that group be the lead agency. Makes sense. This Minnesota is very known for trying to fucking make some waves in the political world, so you got to be careful with them. They are very bored people. You're bored right now, aren't you? That's why you're here. Welcome, man.
Law enforcement agency attached to the current investigation that is happening with regard to Renee Good. That is something that the governor could remedy. He could demand that Drew Evans, who is under his authority as the head of the BCA, conduct the investigation into the killing of Renee Good. And beyond that, what more do they need? They have witnesses, they have video. They have put many young black men in prison with far less evidence. So what
I think Cortez is just mad he doesn't get to say anything.
Who did these crimes, and yet they have let them walk away scot-free. We get jailed and shackled, and Jonathan Ross gets federal protection in front of his home. We get jailed and shackled, and the 2 officers who killed Alex Preddy are whisked away out of the state of Minnesota, and we don't even know their names or their identities because they're able to wear masks. Those are thugs, gangs. They need to be held accountable.
Oh wait, that chick's gonna get up there again. Watch. No. Oh look, she wanted to. She was inching her way towards it, but the lady was like, "Nope." Mic for you.
Conspiracy to violate civil rights.
So as we conclude,
lady.
we just want to remind the people of Minnesota that your voice matters. Your whistles matter. You standing up for your neighbors matter. And you have a voice when it comes to elected officials. Do not let Governor Walz off the hook. Yes, his back is against the wall, but so is ours as a state. He needs to use his power and stop capitulating to Donald Trump and accepting crumbs. We will not accept crumbs. There have been executions of innocent citizens, and if we don't speak up and apply the pressure, there will be more. We cannot stand for it, Minnesota. So let's continue to rise. All power to...
Dude, she's got cock and ball earrings. You see this? You got the 2 balls here, and you got the cock with the splooge, the little white splooge coming out the end.
People. All power to the people. Thank you.
Splooge in your ear hole. Right. President Trump is doing. We're
calling it the Great American at the scourge of addiction and substance abuse. Big deal in this country and probably in every country.
I saw the captions.
We're calling it the Great American Recovery Initiative. I'm grateful to be joined by co-chairs of the sweeping new effort, Secretary of Health and Human Services Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and Senior Advisor to the White House Great American Recovery Initiative, Catherine Burgum. Thank you both very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Robert's looking a little too tan lately.
Bobby. Hello, Bobby. Come here. I love Bobby. You're doing a great job, Catherine. All right? Do we think so? Who's doing a better job, him or your husband? Maybe the husband. He's doing a good job.
I'm just getting started, sir.
They're both doing very well. Now you're going to do better than both of them. Thanks as well to Attorney General Pam Bondi, Secretary Doug Burgum, Secretary Scott Turner, Secretary Doug Collins,
Thursday.
Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, who's got some pretty good news. I don't want to hear all this. Sarah Carter, a tremendous American deal. David, congratulations on with a great product. By the real number is an estimated 300. just like millions of American families. Every year we lose an estimated 300,000 people to drug and alcohol abuse, and the real number is probably much, much higher than that. Thankfully, drug overdose deaths plummeted by 21% in the last year. We're working very hard on it. We've closed the southern border, seized over 47 million fentanyl pills and 10,000 pounds of fentanyl powder. That's a record, and I have formally designated Dr. And I'll tell you what, we have a group of doctors, some of them behind me, who have just been incredible, and they've really wanted this, designated the drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And for some reason, they didn't want to do that until we came along, but they are indeed foreign terrorist organizations. With our action in the Gulf of America, that sounds so nice when I hear the Gulf of America, drugs entering our country by sea are down 97%. So when you see the boats being hit, those boats kill on average 25,000 people.
I keep hearing this over and over every day. I heard this earlier today, actually, during this cabinet meeting.
Struggling with all forms of addiction, so they can get the help and the support that they need to free themselves from the horrible burden of dependency. The Great American Recovery Initiative will bring together federal, state, local, and private sector resources to support addiction, recovery, treatment, and prevention, and it will help mobilize the full resources and authority of the federal government to help stop this tremendous plague. And I'd now like to invite Secretary Kennedy to start, and then Catherine Burgum, and then I'll sign the order, which I've just signed, and want to make sure the signature was good. Took my time.
That was the order.
Pretty good. Pretty good. Let's give it a 10, okay? For Catherine. But I'd like Bobby to say a few words. And Catherine, thank you very much, everybody. Please.
Mr. President, thank you for your leadership for signing an executive order that tells the truth about one of the greatest challenges that our country faces. Addiction is not a moral failure. It is a disease. It's chronic. It's treatable. And for too long, our nation has responded with fragmentation, with stigmatization, and silence instead of science, compassion, and coordination. Today, President Trump changes that. With the Great American Recovery Initiative, we finally bring the full strength of the federal government together across healthcare, law enforcement, housing, labor, faith communities, and the private sector to save lives, restore families, and rebuild communities that addiction has hollowed out. Nearly 50 million Americans suffer from substance use disorder. Many never receive treatment. Even more don't believe that help is possible. That is not because recovery doesn't work. It's because our systems have failed to reach the people where they are early enough, long enough, and with dignity. This initiative fixes that. We will align federal programs instead of letting them operate in silos. We will set clear, measurable goals and report honestly to the American people. We will use evidence-based care, modern science, and continuous support just as we do for heart disease, diabetes, and other chronic illnesses. We will focus on prevention before addiction takes hold. We will intervene early. We will expand access to treatment that leads to real long-term recovery. And we will support re-entry because recovery does not end when treatment ends. It succeeds when people return to their families, their jobs, and their communities with purpose and with hope. As co-chair of this initiative alongside of Catherine Burgum, whose leadership and commitment strengthens this work, I pledge urgency, accountability, and honesty. Catherine and I share the experience of having been addicted and long-term recovery. But almost everybody in this room and almost everybody in our country has been touched by addiction. Steve Bitkoff, who's here, had an extraordinary son, Andrew, who was a superstar boy, a straight A student, an athlete, and a wonderful leader, and lost that son to addiction. President Trump has talked about his own families who have a struggle with addiction. All of us are touched. If it touches these people, it can hurt every American. And President Trump has often talked about, with compassion, about the families who lose children to this disease. 100,000 children a year until recently. Now it's about 76,000.
I wonder if this is good. Here, something happened at some point where insurance companies stopped covering drug and alcohol programs the same as they did. I don't know when it happened, but I wonder if it has something to do with like making insurance companies cover it again for younger, like for kids and shit.
Those families are devastated forever. And the cost of it to our country, not only in dollars, but in just the malaise and the despair that it imposes, is incalculable. We are going to listen to states, localities, frontline providers, and tribal nations. We will partner with communities and faith-based organizations. We will work with employers, clinicians, and recovery leaders who know what works on the ground. President Trump has already acted decisively, securing the...
The closed caption doesn't even know what the hell he's saying, bro. That's... Oh, maybe it does. I don't know, man. It wasn't coming up.
Border against deadly drugs, signing the HALT Fentanyl Act, strengthening treatment programs, expanding access to naloxone, medication-assisted treatments, and investing billions in prevention and recovery. This executive order builds on that record and accelerates it. Recovery is not a side issue, it's an economic issue, a workforce issue, a family issue, a national security issue. When Americans recover, communities grow stronger. When families heal, children thrive. And when we confront addiction with courage instead of complacency, we reclaim the promise of our country. This initiative is about life, it's about responsibility, and it's about building a great American recovery together. With this executive order, and with major announcements that I will announce next week, we are taking decisive action to make America healthy again. Thank you.
Thank you, Bobby. Great job. And you're doing a fantastic. And I saw his wife yesterday, and she confirmed that he's doing a fantastic job. So she's already decided to know that, which is great. And I was thank you for being here. We appreciate it. Catherine, please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you so much. Your leadership today, relative to this announcement about the Great American Recovery, is a gift to all Americans who are suffering from the brain disease of addiction. I also want to thank First Lady Melania Trump for her leadership during your first administration, and now the work she's doing championing youth and children, especially related to foster care, where early trauma and instability are often consequences of the disease of addiction. Addictions touch this administration in real and profound ways. President Trump, you openly spoke about your brother Fred, whose struggle with addiction shaped your life and your understanding of this disease. And Susie Wiles carries a lived experience of her father, the late, great Pat Summerall, whose recovery journey became a source of hope for millions. Vice President Vance has shared his story of his mother's battle and recovery. And as Secretary Kennedy just said, he brings his own lived experience. Proof that recovery is not theoretical, it is possible. These stories matter because they are not isolated. They reflect the reality of the over 190 million Americans, that's half our nation,
I want to know
who are
what the
impacted in some
hell's
way
going
by the disease
on.
of addiction. And I am one of them. We'll never give up hope for recovery.
Bitch. I just want to hear the fucking what the hell it has. What about your stories? What are we doing right now? Did he sign it? When did he sign it? Just the signature. That when he like gives his explanation of what the fuck it is, because signed it already.
And I'm one of them.
Used to be a crack whore. Yeah, how much was it for? I had you for a night. I've had you for a night, baby. Yeah. Yeah, I bet you were tight back then, you know. Alright, I'm done with that.
Alex Pretty was the greatest human to ever live until he was executed by ICE for no reason at all.
This is the perfect guy. Alex Pretty is the guy you'd want to date your daughter. The guy you'd want your son to grow up to be.
You just spit on that person. Yo, did you know there are people trying to claim on Reddit that that's AI? I get recommended this one subreddit all the time. I'm not even in it, but I get recommended it because I always like click on it just to see. And it's like AI or not or something like that's the name of it. People were like convinced already that it was AI though, that he couldn't have done because he like they were bringing up the fact that he was wearing the same clothes. That was their main argument.
Was serving humanity, serving sick veterans who is, there is nothing that has been said about that man.
Just so you know, everybody that fucking works at the VA isn't on the up and up. I had a dude touch my cock and look at it after I got a colonoscopy because he thought I was drugged up. So just because you're a nurse doesn't mean you're a good person. What the fuck was that weird shit? He was like, boop, boop. He patted my penis for no reason. That's never happened. I've had 5 colonoscopies. Nobody else has ever patted my penis or needed to look at it. Weirdo.
The best of us doing activities that are at the core of what it means to be American.
Yeah, but dude,
I just wish my daughter.
I can see a TSA agent doing that. I mean, who the fuck wants to be a TSA agent? Probably half of those people want to touch some balls and titties. That's why they get the job to do that. You know you're gonna have to be like frisking people all day, pretty much. That's your job. But this guy, like, he's a nurse. Like, you're not. Goes. If you're a nurse, you're not supposed to be looking at people's penises and touching them. But if you're a frisker, you're going to be touching some nuts. It's totally out of line for him to be looking and touching my penis. Now you, on the other hand, you could be hiding something under there.
Could have married him.
Yes,
Hold on a second. What is that? Oh, it's a gun. Likely the one that made an appearance and got him killed a week later. And if we back up and go in slow motion, you could make a real argument that his right hand goes for that gun until another officer comes in and ends his opportunity. This guy is lucky he didn't get himself shot here.
That was interesting.
A question for you, though.
His hand did
Why does the media keep showing the wrong Alex Pretty?
This time it was 37-year-old Alex Pretty, an ICU nurse who cared for veterans.
Except that isn't him. This is him. This is his AI-enhanced version. So what does it tell us about Mr. Pretty? Well, it's that he's not quite pretty enough on his own. The media implicitly admits this by repeatedly showing us a beautified version of him. And why do they do that? It's because you're more likely to care about the good-looking version of someone. Physiognomy doesn't lie, as they say, but the media lies about physiognomy. Just like we barely saw images of Renee Good looking like this and this, but consistently saw her like this.
To this day.
You know why? You wouldn't let this babysit your kids, would you? I don't think so. Let's take a look at some rioters arrested in Minneapolis. Notice something? They don't look so great, do they? Like this one, or as MSNBC might present to you. Leave her alone. Let my riot waifu go.
Over.
Like, in terms of like just politics, I think Tim Walz had one of the most generational crash out fall offs of anybody that I've ever seen. You were about to be the vice president, but instead of that, you have been completely fucking destroyed by a 23-year-old virgin YouTuber.
Do you regret jumping out before
virgin? Is he a virgin?
No, and part of it was true. Look, I recognize that I'm a lightning rod, and this is a tough. It's a tough space for I'm in because I know they hate me personally. Old white guys who are former governors tend to land on their feet okay, type of thing. But in all fairness,
you know what? That's true. You have like this privilege of just being an old white man, and like you get to just retire and then nothing happens to you. I think we might need a little bit of DEI.
it's on the timing. I removed myself, and then 2 days later, Renee Good is murdered. But I think one of the things is I have no political consideration.
Should have told them not to go and impede federal investigations. You didn't say that, you fucking idiot. You didn't let the police help. She's dead because of you, you bald retard.
Never run for an elected office again.
Never again.
Wait, hold up. Wait, one more time.
Consideration will never run for an elected office again.
Never again.
Never again. I have no political consideration. Will never run for an elected office again.
Never again.
Never again. And I will.
Complete obliteration. A blowout. Yeah, it's a complete blowout. How accountable.
He's talking about Tim Walz today. Get the baseball bat. I just don't get the baseball bat. That's all. Are they really going to shut the government down over it?
Not surrendering the president's mission and immigration force.
As the Trump administration
agreements in place.
Audio's jacked. Here. Just in hundreds of criminal migrants arrested in a red state crackdown.
Federal agents in Minneapolis continue to take off the streets the worst of the worst. Today, DHS announced the arrest of 5 violent illegal immigrants over just a 24-hour period. They include 2 accused sex acts with minors, 1 with an assault conviction, and another convicted of assault with a deadly weapon. President Trump praised the operations in Minneapolis and other cities.
We have brought down crime very substantially in Minnesota. We've taken out thousands of hard criminals, hardened, vicious, horrible criminals. New Orleans, Louisiana, I was asked by the governor of Louisiana to help them with New Orleans. It was a disaster, and crime is down 54% in about 3 weeks.
The operation in Louisiana that the president was talking about is called Catahoula Crunch. And since early December, agents in and around New Orleans have continued arresting nearly 300 criminal illegal immigrants. Republican Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry is in focus. And Governor, it is great to see you. The last time we were together on that HBCU campus in Southern University. So it's good to see you today. Talk to me about what is working on the ground as you work with ICE.
Well, look, first, Harris, we'd love to have you back on Southern's campus and love to have you dancing with the band again. So, again, thank you for having me. Look, again, when ICE agents came to Louisiana, we made it clear that we wanted to ensure that we took criminal, illegal aliens off of our streets. I mean, we have seen a reduction in crime. A lot of that has been because of the resources and assets and the cooperation that President Trump and Secretary Noem have given to the state of Louisiana. And it is real. It is tangible. Our people are safer today because of those operations. What's going on in Minneapolis is really a dereliction of duty by those government officials who are basically stoking this type of protest. Remember, the president, Secretary Noem, those ICE agents are simply following the law. Those are laws that were passed by Congress. Those are immigration laws. It's been decades of basically borderless, open borders that Democrats have allowed these people to pour in. And the president said it time and time again. The people that were coming over the border, a lot of them were very violent. They were emptying our jails. We had child predators. We had a lot of drug trafficking going on, human trafficking, and the Democrats just sat there, just mum's the word, did not care, dog whistling them in. And then they wreak havoc on our cities, and we have to do something about it. But in Louisiana, it's a safer state today than it was before.
Look, obviously, there are pockets in the country of Democrat-led areas as well. You've got Houston, Boston, where they are. Well, look at Mayor Bowser in Washington, D.C. early on in this process, cooperated with ICE. I thought this was an interesting development. Apparently,
that's a cool term. Dog whistling them in. I like it. Huh. What's that though?
Attorney General from Minnesota, Keith Ellison, has told Tom Homan the borders are now, and basically just signaling that now entities can and may begin giving notice to ICE should they be housing and then letting go any wanted criminal illegal aliens. That seems to be a shift, but that's how the law works. So are they no longer a sanctuary city would be what I would ask.
Look, if Keith is going to do that, look, my kudos out, big shout out to him as well, because again, that's just common sense. Why would you want to allow violent criminals on your street? I mean, why would you do that? I mean, that's the whole reason we have bail. That's the whole reason we have a criminal justice system. But if you come into the country, if you came into the country illegally and then you commit violent acts, that gives us the ability to immediately deport you and get you completely not only off of our street, but out of our country as well. And that keeps people safe.
There is new Fox polling, and I want to get your reaction to this. It shows 52% of voters overall approve of President Trump's job performance on border security.
There you go.
Looking party by party, 85% and 89% of Republicans approve of Trump's job on immigration and border security. So he's doing well there. But when you look at the majority, the number is much lower. How do you account for that?
Yeah, again, I just think it's a lot of propaganda. I mean, I'd like to go and ask those same Democrats if they like their communities to be dangerous or they want their streets safe. Do they want their children to be able to walk to school, or do they want to have to worry if they send them on the sidewalks that dangerous, unfortunate, violent things are going to happen to them? And I would like to see what that response is. Look, when you lean in and you make public safety the #1 priority, all Americans benefit. I mean, it is something that transcends across party lines. I still have not met anyone out there that likes to invite criminals into their homes.
Have you seen any pushback in your state early on in this? I mean, things are working now. So as you said, no, we cooperated. But what about in the beginning? Because it seems, you know, when you look at Minneapolis, then you had the church that was hit by protesters just next door in St. Paul. Is it just Minnesota?
Well, I can tell you, at the beginning, there was a little bit of uneasiness, but we worked through it with the local officials, irrespective of their party affiliation. We made sure that everyone understood what the laws were, what the operations were, why they were here, and then we leaned in. We also ensured that the state police worked with the ICE agents, local law enforcement as well, to make sure that we didn't have the unrest that's going on in Minneapolis. And we certainly didn't go out there and basically incite it or encourage it. In fact, we did the opposite. We said, if you're going to act like that, I can tell you this, if someone would have kicked an ICE vehicle in New Orleans when they were there, they were going to jail immediately.
Governor Landry, great to have
City
you
would have
today.
locked
Thank
them
you
up
for being
for
in
it.
focus.
Thank you.
I'm Minneapolis, so.
Click here.
Fire in Chicago. Now, though. Breaking news, baby. Yeah. Beautiful, isn't it?
We all. The problem is it's not these
Restreamer
guys
of
either.
status coup.
Okay.
There you go. What else thing with? They'd be done with it. Next week. Is there nothing else on Thursday? Oreo Express is on. All this stuff I normally get.
What the f are we doing here? Seriously, you have had months to prepare for this upcoming event. I don't give a damn if this is outside of decorum. People are dying on our streets every single day in this country because we allow this federal government to walk all over you. Look me in the eye. Can any one of you go home to your children and tell them that you did everything you could to protect their classmates, to protect their grandparents, to protect them? I don't think you can, with the exception of Park. Thank you. This needs to have happened 2 months ago, but you can still make it up and make every single policy on this little sheet of paper here happen right now. Happen before the Super Bowl. Happen before potentially hundreds of masked men come into our city and kill people.
Hey, Jake, thanks.
I am disgusted by each and every one of you, with the exception of Councilmember Park, that you have not done something more. You need to affirm that no city resources will go to ICE, that no cooperation will be given to them. You need to affirm to the country, to the world, that you are not cowards. Because as of right now, I stand in front of a council of cowards.
Hey,
and if you do not act, you're not just cowards, you are traitors. Traitors to each and every individual you serve, to each and every individual that lives in this country, legal or not. You need to do something about getting these policies into writing, ensuring that your officers do not cooperate with ICE, ensuring that they cannot use city resources, that they cannot tap into city data before more people die. Yes, more people die. I don't think I need to go into how many people have been shot, how many people have been taken, how many children have been abducted and used as bait. I don't need to tell you that. You see it on the TV every single day. I don't want you to sit back and watch. I want you to f***ing do something. Each and every one of these people who have came up has been very polite, very earnest, very kind, pleading you, begging you to do something. I'm not begging you. I'm demanding that you act with some semblance of a spine. Do something.
Thank you, Mr. Ortiz.
Weirdo. He's probably dressed up like that because he doesn't want to like he fucking said his name was Batman thing. People knowing who he is. Where's all the news at? It's they're saving it for tomorrow. From yesterday. Everybody's saving up for tomorrow. Limits everybody too. Ayo. Seeing anything? How do you? Dude, stop fighting me. What the fuck is your problem? Come on. I can pet you without you bite me. It's annoying. Fox 4 News has that as their weird. Nothing happening today. Oh.
Families take care of one another.
And that event was held today at Los Ocampo Restaurant and Bar in St. Paul. About the story.
Now they're going to talk about ISO.
About staying open are not unfamiliar at this point. Fox 9's Courtney Godfrey spoke with one restaurant owner in Minneapolis who is trying to keep things running despite a majority of his workers being too afraid to come in. So, Courtney, what'd you find out?
So he's hiring illegals.
Pedro Wolcott went from 8 employees to just 1 recently, 2 if you count him. He's been forced to reduce hours, and he's not sure he'll be able to make rent this month.
Should close up shop.
The orders keep
Can he speak
coming.
English at least?
Really good order.
At least he can speak English.
That's a lot of sandwiches.
And the owner keeps slicing.
We didn't ask for none of this.
Despite losing all but one of his employees to the fear that's infiltrated his neighborhood in recent weeks.
Stop hiring illegals, huh?
Well, they don't feel safe. They have children. They don't want to be taken away and disappear to some place. So what happened to that little child?
Pedro Wolcott owns North Star Deli in South Minneapolis, a Latino and U.S. citizen who employs a diverse group of people. He's been forced to reduce hours amid a surge of ICE agents to the area.
You know, we just got to make it work. Thank God we have a small restaurant that we have a community member supporting us as well. And between me and my other guy, we were able to make it happen.
$13 for $13 for a hamburger. Club sandwich for $15. Muffaletta $17. Fuck you talking about, dude? You probably pay these people less than minimum wage or something. Oh, I see. Yo, extra gay. I have a little extra gay on my sandwich, please.
everybody. There's no one left.
Unsure how he'll make rent at the end of the month, he says he'll continue to operate.
Sandwiches are supposed to be
to let evil win.
Sandwiches are fucking supposed to be cheap. That's kind of the point of a sandwich. It's cheap food to get you by. It's not like this motherfucker's acting like his sandwiches are gourmet or something, and he's hiring illegals to make them. The fuck?
It's out of our control. We didn't ask for this. This came to us, and now it's up to everybody to, come together and help each other as community.
So, Courtney, have ICE agents showed up at the deli, or has Pedro had any interactions with them?
Yeah, it's a great question. They've never identified themselves, but Pedro has had a few visitors in the last month that he finds highly suspicious. Individuals who he's never seen before, acting strange, might not even order a sandwich, but he certainly feels their presence in his neighborhood, as do all the minority business owners around there. Simone?
Yeah, a lot of businesses feeling it. Thank you, Courtney.
Well,
for more coverage of ICE's ongoing presence in the Twin Cities and the many stories surrounding immigration enforcement, just head over to our website. That's fox9.com, or download the Fox Local app.
All right, we're going to check our weather on the 9s again, and we're going to start with a look at downtown
my name's Derek
St.
Van
Paul.
Buster, reporting with the Daily Caller. Yesterday, I exclusively reported on over $3 billion of alleged Somali fraud tied in with U.S. tax dollars. Now, that's a lot more than just a daycare. The allegations come from 16 letters sent to me by Somali Member of Parliament, Dr. Abib. Although Somali fraud is nothing new, look at Minnesota, Dr. Abib believes that the heart of the issue is the Somali government itself, which he believes is not only complicit, but is also encouraging this level of fraud of the U.S. tax dollar. One allegation centers on 22 World Bank managed projects worth about $2 billion in total. Abib claims these contracts were rigged through fake bidding to benefit Somali officials and their families. The letters document the alleged fraud surrounding the Somali Central Bank and the World Food Program, which uses U.S. tax dollars to feed many poor Somalians suffering a drought there. With about a $600 yearly GDP per capita, Dr. Abib tells me that nearly all Somali dollars are American dollars, and all Somali fraud is American fraud. The letters documenting this fraud were sent to USAID, the U.S. Embassy in Somalia, as well as heads of Biden's Department of Treasury and of the state. Of course, no action was taken and no response was given. I took it upon myself to reach out to these departments. The Treasury and state told me that they were not aware of these specific allegations, as it was supposed to be the problem of the last administration. However, they detailed that they are aware of fraud happening in Somalia and discussed in detail steps that have been taken over the last year to stop that from happening again. As a direct result of my investigation, the Treasury and the House have already taken steps to further investigate these claims, and hopefully justice will be served. Read the article for more information and follow, because I believe this is just the tip of the iceberg. Hi, my name is Derek Van Buster.
What? I never saw this. Huh. Why didn't we get to hear I've seen this, but why didn't we get to hear all of it? I have seen it with all the audio on it. Whose camera is that she's got on her? Like, why she looked right at it? Like the rental cars. The rental cars have cameras in them now. It's a pretty straight road, though. That's pretty straight. I got this. Dude, she's not even using her knee to steer with then. She just expected the fucking steering wheel to stay straight. Back in the day, dude, I used to use my knee to steer all the time for shit. You know, you gotta roll it up, dog. Shit. Now you gotta pack that bowl. But you don't just completely let go of the steering wheel with nothing on it. I think that's what she did. Professional knee steerer. Around corners and everything. Mailbag is federal property. Should be removed from Fed charges now, boy. Prison for life.
Congresswoman. Jeff, thank you. We have reporters all across the country in your neighborhoods covering issues.
Oh, that feels fake. RD. Is that a different on the scene person? Oh, red carpet arrivals.
Her class, right? She's very gracious, graceful,
kind-hearted.
Very kind-hearted. She deeply cares, and she has a great personal story. She appreciates America and the freedom that we have here. And
it is white.
I think she's a great spokesperson for the country.
Are you so excited for people to see a side of her they might not know before seeing this?
We often say to one another, we wish that everybody could know the Trumps that we know, because we, know them on a personal level, and they're just great people. And she really has a big heart, and she cares about the American people. She cares about this role. She takes it seriously. She is always dignified and classy. There are a few couples in the history of politics in the world who have taken as much, political assaults and arrows every day, and she just handles it with class, and it's something everybody should respect.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you so much. Can you step to your right a little bit? Aspect of this film and Melania is right here. Are you?
I'll work.
Great. Perfect.
The personal side.
I know you were, but could you just introduce yourself more?
Robert F. Kennedy Jr., HHS Secretary. I'm excited that others will.
Why are you so excited to be here tonight to celebrate with Melania and everyone who came out for her?
I'm a big fan of Melania's. She's been incredibly nice to my wife, Cheryl. She's been a huge supporter of my agenda within the administration. She's, I think her passion is children and children's health. And we're also working very closely with her on her foster children program. So I've seen her work, and I have nothing but admiration for her.
I think this movie is going to show people more of that side of her that you're talking about, the side that we don't necessarily get such a front row seat to. So why are you excited for people to experience this?
I think she's largely been misunderstood.
Cinema is,
she's a deep person. She's deeply concerned about our country and and just has an extraordinary well of compassion for, particularly for children.
Hi,
Scott Turner.
Scott, can you take a couple steps back with me here and then
Just good.
Wait a while, we can buy this.
Yeah, this is it.
You didn't want to talk.
And ambassador's turn. And Mr. Ambassador, start with her, please.
That's from her home country.
And right here, Mr. Ambassador. And just once more.
Going on, I bet he talks.
You at the wrong one?
What if I want to say hello to Rick Freeman?
Well, you can right afterwards.
I said, can I move if I want to say hello? Give a hug to Rick Freeman?
Quick call.
Envoy, we talk to you about pocketing your phone. Steve, right in front of you. Steve, can I get Steve, camera right here. This camera right here. Can I get my mother on the phone? Yeah. Steve, one more right here. Okay. Steve, big smile right here.
Why does he have a radio in his ear? Who is he? I don't remember.
And Steve, down below.
Actor or something. Ice or some shit.
Thank you. Next spot.
And then one more spot.
Oh, you're almost done. Sorry. I don't mean to muck it up. Mr. Whitcock, right here, sir, and just one sport for me. Thank you. And right here, Mr. Whitcock. And
Right here. One more over here. Thank you.
hey, guys, right front. Thank you, everybody. Have a great evening. You too, sir.
The next spot right there is that black tape.
Ambassador. Ambassador's being here.
Hi, it's nice to see you.
Lizzie,
Start
how
there.
are you? Lizzie, that's you.
Matt, both of you looking here, please. Thank you.
Up top. Thank you guys so much. One more straight ahead. Perfect. Thank you.
I'll also mulligan. Thank you.
Oh, what we got going on here, though? Is that an actress? That's not a politician.
Okay, what's the light and color temperature now? Is it 41?
Thank you so much.
Still?
Where am I going here?
Right here. Turn the lights back down. What are you talking about?
I don't know. These people.
Thank you. Secretary Lowe. Hi, guys.
Secretary. Is it?
Right here. Sebastian.
She's a butterface,
Miss Savetsky, just right here, ma'am.
resting bitch face also. Her eyes are too big. There's a lot going on there, dude. Holy shit.
Secretary, this spot right here.
There was way too much going on there to deal with in one night. Has to be inches to the wind. That was a grenade, actually. You gotta lay on that for your buddy. We can survive for the
Just
night.
right here for me, ma'am. And just one for grenade. Thank you. And right here.
She might be in the same boat, bro. Something wrong with her face too. Or that, or her makeup wasn't done right. No faces. I've been looking at them all my life.
Guys, what's one right for you? 1, 2, 3. We'll do some singles. We've all been there, and we'll all be starting over here.
It's kind of neat though, like seeing people like that aren't even really
Isabel, let's do it with the lighting right.
this ain't their life.
I'll just look right here.
Who's this lady?
I'm sorry, Isabella.
Hello, you want her picture taken? All right. Half of them look upset.
Hey, Brett, just on that spot. How you doing? Long time no see.
You go see a politician. There's no such thing as bad publicity.
And Mr. Ratner, sir.
Ratner. That sounds familiar.
Hi, Brett, let's get it to
These people like some old friends from back in the day or something. He looks like a mobster.
Gentlemen, right in front of you, got it. 1, 2, 3.
Can I take my coat off?
You got a nice suit.
Oh, that's really nice. Hold on. The suspenders.
Brett Ratner. Steve Ratner. Isn't it? Brett Ratner. Hollywood ousted Brett Ratner as Melania Trump movie has come back.
His name is Brett Ratner.
And to your left, guys, right here.
Hey, guys, right. What you told her?
It's a good movie that he put out. Let's see. Director is he's a film director. That's the director of the movie.
Photoshop.
I gotta do all the work for you guys, man. Rush Hour, Rush Hour 3, 4, Rush Hour 2, all the Rush Hour. Red Dragon, Hercules 2014 version, The Family Man 2000. That was a good movie with Nicolas Cage.
Thank you.
Really, man, if you haven't seen that, it's pretty good. Also did Power High,
Suspenders.
Last Stand, X-Men,
Instead of a belt.
Money Talks in 97.
Okay. Ready?
Extra tie. Yeah. Mauricio, can you straighten his tie?
Horrible Bosses,
Hair, makeup.
1 and 2. The Revenant. He did The Revenant, dude, with Leonardo DiCaprio, 2015. War Dogs.
And once more for me. Thank you,
16.
Smiles all around, Brett.
21, the movie about blackjack, true story. About the professor that had all the smart kids. Good movie.
With Mark? Yeah, we'll read it.
I actually had the book in there called Bringing Down the House. Fairly Lethal? I remember that.
Don't breathe.
That I recognize.
And I need, Mark, I need you. Got it.
And right here, all the way over the side. Thank you so much.
Catfish? Hey, was that a movie?
Amazon. Like Red Jewel.
It's going with some bangers, though.
There you go. And just right here, Mark, and once more.
Red Dragon even did well with Edward Norton and Anthony Hopkins. Harvey Keitel.
Guys, turn this way. Gentlemen, right here.
You Philip Seymour Hoffman was at it. Why do you rub shoulders with best actors in Hollywood?
And Mr. and Mrs. Texas.
That's why he had so much time in front of the camera. That's his thing.
One more to your left.
And this way.
Oh, give her some tongue, you pussy. But you're in the military.
Just 1 second.
Imagine if you like stuck his tongue out her and grabbed her ass. And she would have like grabbed his dick. It would have started dry humping right there.
Kiss earlier. Can we try that? Thank you. Oh, sorry, Mr. Hexon's just looking.
You really want to watch it? You're talking about the dry humping, no, right? You should. Except he's a catch. In charge of the Department of War. That's something to tell your girlfriends about at the next brunch.
Please have the two of you, Secretary Collins, right here. And then, and Ms. Collins, everybody.
No, this guy looks like Mr. Rogers, so I don't know.
Make up so much.
Yeah, nobody cares about that. She's not hot enough. That was sweet of you to do for her, I'll tell you that much. It's a very sweet thing to do for her. Oh. What a sweetheart husband that guy is. Why aren't these people interviewing people? Hold up. Who are they skipping over? They're skipping over Palm Beach. It's in all the interviews, dude. Hold up.
And tonight is going to be an awesome experience. I'm happy to be here with so many of my friends.
Hello, how are you? What are you excited to learn about the First Lady? Anything you're looking forward to tonight in the film?
She's a good friend of mine, and I'm proud of her. I'm really proud. I think it's going to be a wonderful movie.
How long would you say you've known her? You said she's a good friend. How long?
Oh, I've known the First Lady for 15, 20 years, maybe. I would say in that range. Certainly is. I was at their wedding, so
yeah.
So I'm excited.
Can you tell us a bit more about
and the passion. Wait, the passion of Christ to watch that in the movie today. That would be awesome. Is there anything more? Hey, listen. I still feel what I felt on that night when I saw the passion.
You always get that feeling in all these movies.
I watch it every year.
Do you really?
As hard as it is.
It is.
I do.
It's a good reminder.
It'll remind me what the Lord did.
I've never seen it.
What the Lord did for us. Hey, God bless you.
I've never seen The Passion of Christ. So I heard that it was kind of like fucked up. You know, you're seeing him get beat for like an hour or two straight. Interesting.
I'm excited for my followers to see that I support the president and his incredibly gorgeous wife. I want them to also get a different perspective of Melania because I feel like the world has this image that the media has painted of her that is not the truth. She's brilliant. She speaks more languages than I could ever even imagine that I could ever even say a word in. And I think she does
he wouldn't have married her, he probably wouldn't have become president, honestly. Like, she probably had a lot to do with shaping Trump into who he is today. Bullshitter, dude. I don't like him.
Talk about the trust that you guys were able to develop and even learning new things along the way.
Yeah, I was very flattered that we didn't know each other. Really, I had met her once before at my Tower Heights premiere when she came to her husband. So it had been many, many years and I hadn't seen her, but I think we became fast friends and she saw that I was really out for her best interest. And wanted to tell us a truthful story, a story that was something that it wasn't. And I think when I showed her the first scene, because I like to get my actors, she's really my star. I call Melania my star.
She's in the movie?
I got excited when I showed her the opening scene. And I think
she plays herself?
Right when I think it wasn't until that moment where she trusted me, she liked me a lot, she believed in what I was trying to accomplish, and I was definitely there to execute her vision. But when I actually, showed her the scene, she was like, that's my guy. That's when I won her over, to say.
What do you think people are going to be surprised at in learning about her through this?
They're going to see how compassionate she is about not just her duty as First Lady, but, for children.
It's only PG, bro.
Incredible intelligence. Don't let her accent fool you at all. There's no correlation between her accent and her intelligence. She's one of the smartest, most intuitive, and specific.
Oh no, she is playing herself.
I didn't know the First Lady was in charge of the process of the inauguration. I just thought, she just shows up and is beautiful.
Yeah, she is.
Every detail of the inauguration is with it. If it's not overseen by her under her purview, she's collaborating and she's.
Wait. Look at this. Days after the 2024 presidential election, Melania Trump signed on as an executive producer. I thought that said Trump signed an executive order for her to have a movie or some shit. I was like, what? Wait. Melania is Ratner's first film since numerous women accused him of sexual misconduct. Oh my god. I was only good. But because it says right here, look, starring Melania Trump. So, play yourself. Whole movie.
Never wearing suspenders again.
What does it mean to you to see everyone who's turned out tonight to celebrate?
Here's the official trailer.
Here we go again.
Oh my god. He does play herself, dude.
Here we go again.
That's very interesting. An actress too?
Good morning. My proudest legacy will be that of peacemaker.
What? He plays himself too? Oh my god. This is getting weird, bro. They play themselves.
Beautiful. Together with like-minded leaders, we have a voice. Is it safe?
It is safe.
Everyone wants to know. So here it is. Hi, Mr. President. Congratulations.
Did you watch it?
I did not. Yeah, I will see it on the news.
Interesting. Why is it PG though, bro? Why is it gotta be made for children?
Well, I was just thinking about it. I pitched myself on the way in because I've had a premiere at the Ziegfeld in New York, at the Chinese Man in LA, but I never had a premiere as big as this. With 2,000 people or 2,000 plus, it's huge. For me, it's the biggest moment in my whole life, in my career. And to be here, you know, with the first family, great people, government people that are serving the country is very neat. Thanks for having me.
This is our
Oh.
Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Lydia.
Yes.
Yeah, Master. Yeah. Good, how are you? Oh, yeah, no worries.
No, she was looking over here.
Oh, no. Congratulations. Can you tell audiences what really inspired you to make this film and tell Melania's
When
story?
the first lady asks you, you pay attention. You know, she's one of the most elegant and beautiful women in the world, but she's also one of the most intelligent women. And she really wanted to do something that was. She said, "Let's not talk about history. Let's make history." And I was down for that.
Can you describe the experience of making the film in 3 words?
Say
Can you describe the experience of making the film in 3 words?
the what?
What was like making the film?
What was it like?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Exhausting. Because from the moment when Melania woke up in the morning, I had to be right there. So I had to be there before she was ready. And I was there until she went to sleep. And let me tell you something. You think Donald Trump doesn't sleep? Melania Trump does not sleep.
What is she on?
Working. When I'm filming, right, I at least get a break. I get to
What is she
lunch, I
taking?
get to,
So much.
change the lights, I get to change
Well,
I'll tell you something. And what I was doing
Get off the
was
speed.
I was kind of working, taking
So
breaks.
skinny.
She was having meetings in between the film, the first lady, and preparing everything that was coming over those next 20 days. So nobody works harder than her. Nobody cares more than her with her duties and her role as the first lady. And I'm very grateful to be a small part of it, to be inspiration. I'm excited to see that.
And then a few questions from our editor team.
Why don't they ask him about his sexual?
First question is, what do you think is the most surprising thing, or what the thing that audiences are going to be the most surprised about when it comes
I think Melania's humanity and her compassion for people, for children.
All these
her
reporters are vetted, apparently.
How serious it is. And I think her love and respect of her husband, but the mutual love and respect is amazing. You know,
They're not letting bad press to be here.
There's no manipulation here. I was just there
Seems
with
like
her,
it.
following them. I remember the day that there's incredible compassion between her and him, and love and affection and all that. So it's like, you see, it's a beautiful partnership between the president and huge box.
I don't want to hear fucking 3 interviews from the same guy. Go ahead, get out of here. You're a fucking has-been. I don't know him. I don't care to know him. Gotta be something else going on that's more exciting. Hey, look, Shapiro. What's she gonna say? Oh, bitch! Of course you didn't stop. What this guy, Lutnick?
How are you?
Hi.
How are you?
Hi.
So weird.
I'm Bill Reuters.
His wife?
The British Prime Minister was in China. He was saying that he
Yeah,
wants to
frog mouth.
increase trade with China. What are your thoughts?
I think good luck. You know, the Chinese are the greatest exporters, and it's very, very difficult when you're trying to export to them. As we all know, they ran a $1.2 trillion trade surplus. So good luck. If the British are trying to export to China, I wish them, it's just unlikely.
Will the president be slapping tariffs on Britain like he threatened to do with Canada for their Chinese trade?
Canada played.
We need to get closer to this guy because he's asking the real questions right now. All the other shit's bullshit. I love Melania. She's great. Her language is like, you know what I mean? Like, of course they're all going to say that. It's her movie premiere.
It's a little differently. They said there are two, powers in the world, and we're going to select which one we want to trade with and things like that. So I think we just leave that to the president. He'll decide. But I think, unless the prime minister of Britain sort of takes on the United States and says very difficult things, I doubt it. But we'll leave that to the president.
You're fine with his comments.
Well, I haven't seen it, so I'll leave it to the president.
Yo, don't start no shit on Bino shit, England. Fuck, yo, better not be playing. We can crush you. You realize that? We will crush you again if we have to. Fuck, we already did it once. We could have let you hanging out there in Germany, but we didn't want to speak German either. We knew that if they took England, that it would just be a matter of time before they came to us. So we had to go over there. After giving them a huge ass loan, it wasn't. And by the way, it was a loan to England, unlike Ukraine. It was a different time. Biden, now we gotta wait on somebody else to walk up. That's hopefully somebody else that's in government, not Hollywood idiot. Did you see? It's not even in the movie. That's not even Melania. It's just her AI. That's impressive that Trump had time to. You already know he would make time for some shit like that no matter what because he eats that shit up. Hell, I think he even paid to be in Home Alone. Home Alone 2 in New York. I don't know if they paid him. For sure. I could see him seeing that as an opportunity to further his brand's notoriety to the youth, the kids like me. Like I was still in elementary school and learning about who Trump is.
The only thing is that's where we are standing with we're kind of on top of each other.
He plays chess, not checkers. Trump.
I can see him basically when I'm trusting him to say left to right because I don't want to just be like ignoring that.
Yeah, it was they went to his hotel, I think, and he went downstairs. He happened to be in the lobby or something. Holy Koga was trying to stay there, didn't stay there. I can't remember how it worked out. I think he did stay there, dude, because I remember being somewhere with a bunch of room service that was extra fancy.
I'm going to say yes, but I have no idea.
They were probably trying to make his hotel look really nice, too, at the same time.
Yeah.
sell his name to the kids and sell his hotel to the adults. I'm not sure if he got paid or paid them to be in it. If they paid him anything, he got a hell of a deal. Right? We got some, I'll put this up in the corner so if we see anybody famous, we'll come say hi. We got Whipple. We got Whipple in their ass off over here. Whipple. A whipple, bo whipple, banana fana, po pipple, be my mo mipple, nipple. I know you wanted to hear that. Oh my god, it's medication time. Of course it is. Of course it is. Damn, what was I thinking?
He seems very invested. Fingers crossed, you just released the video to go in the front today.
Boss is Zachville too.
Boss is always been on the right side of history. And they were saying it could be Billy Nazi parking in there! Nazi parking!
guys. I got the kitty. I did it. I captured him. Yeah, we got you all healthy now, neutered, well fed, growing up like a big boy. You'd probably be dead by now. High chance that he would have died or making it to this age. Such a sweetheart, though. He likes to bite. He's still teething, I think, though. I think his front teeth are coming in. That's why he's always biting on everything now. He keeps putting his teething toy in his litter box, so so bad looking from the beginning. Definitely wasn't nearly as beautiful as you are now. Go down here. Hey! He was gross looking. Flea-ridden. He had so much flea dirt. Pretty much like it's like scab poop. He turned pink when I gave him a bath. It was like a pink flamingo. Driver, yeah. I have to finger feed him. Get him to lick it off my finger. So, after that.
Fuck you, you fascist! Fuck you! Fuck you! Go hide, bitch! Fuck you!
I quarantined the bathroom for an entire month. That was something. Something, and I bet he's gonna go home to his wife and plow the shit out of her, thinking about how awesome his job is. He's got a hot wife. I'm sorry, you thought it was about you, Democrat protester?
Agreed.
You're actually just anarchists, though.
Like, don't be offended. Yeah, I wouldn't take it personally. Yeah. Or even if you're like giving it a cheeky nod, just like, man, I'm on government property, I gotta be careful about that. Even just being like, away. Yeah, even like a quick little wait.
They just want attention. They just want to think someone's thinking about them. Oh, look, Trump showing up. Oh, she is one of the hottest fucking first ladies ever, though. Is there even another first lady that was unmodeled beforehand?
May we bring these together again?
Even at her age now, dude, she's pretty hot. Like in her 60s or something, ain't she? She's had some work done. So there's that.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, man.
They're like, get the fuck out of the way, Trump. We want her.
Miss Trump. Miss Trump is right behind Andrea, and just once more here. Right here. And just once more here, man.
One more up top.
Doing all her model faces, didn't she? Like she wanted to fuck there for a second. You see that?
What's your favorite part of the film?
So we have a few questions for you.
It's very hard to choose. There are many scenes and people will connect. You will see humor, you will see grief, you will see fashion. So I'm very proud of the film.
He's such a goofy motherfucker.
It's not easy to produce. It's not easy task.
Melania, we're with Amazon. Amazon? Yes. We're over here. We're just going to have you push to the light a little bit.
You gotta talk to Amazon.
Why don't you tell me what inspired you to make this documentary?
Well, my life.
Yo, dude, you gotta see the Apprentice movie though, bro. If you haven't seen that yet.
Incredible busy. A lot of things going on. I want to show people what it takes to go from private citizen to being the first lady again. They will see me, all of the tasks that I need to do from preparing education to
Oh, she got cut off.
Life in the White House. It's a big deal, actually.
What is Tulsi Gabbard doing at an election center?
She's working very hard on trying to keep the election safe, and she's done a very good job. And they, as you know, they got into the votes and they signed judges'
Oh,
orders.
he's not. That's gotta be a lie.
And you see some interesting things happening. They've been trying to get there for a long time.
Will you keep pulling back
Hey, we should do maybe we should do this movie for movie night if it's on Amazon.
enforcement agents out of Minnesota?
We want to keep our country safe. We'll do whatever we can to keep our country safe.
What are you trying to...
No, not at all.
Sir, what are you trying to achieve with the executive order on Cuba? Amazon still. We're a different outlet on Amazon. Sorry. What most inspired you to
I don't get it. Why does she have to interview with Amazon no matter what? What the fuck is... Oh, Amazon's... Dude, I see. That's why she has to. I just saw the MGM a minute ago.
Film and give audiences this very personal look into your story?
I want to show the audience my life, what it takes to be a first lady again, and the transition from private citizen back to the White House, what task I need to tackle, and they will see all from my business, philanthropy, taking care of the family, as well establishing the East Wing. So all in all.
Can you describe making the film in 3 words?
I think the people will judge it for themselves. And then it's beautiful, it's emotional, it's fashionable, it's cinematic.
It's 4. No,
I'm very proud of it.
And then one more question for the theater, for
You're not as smart as I thought you were.
movie theaters across the country. Why was it so important for you to release your story, this story, in theaters across the country?
As I said, I want to show the people what it takes to 20 days in my life, becoming First Lady again.
Was there any moment where you found yourself getting emotional, just seeing everything you've been through play out on screen?
There are some emotional scenes, yes, I will see it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Is there anything that was left on on the cutting room floor that you wished could have been in the movie but couldn't be because of space and time?
We are coming out with a docu-series, so but you will not see in the film, you will see in the docu-series. So we are still producing it, and that will be completely new footage.
And when is that expected to come out?
In a few months.
Okay.
Thank you.
I really wish that Trump's whole legacy didn't look like such a fucking money grab, dude.
A lot of comments this month. How do you think January?
A little bit, you know what I mean? Come on, man. It's with the NFTs and the Trump shoes and man, don't you got enough money? Is Trump known for being a philanthropist and giving back to the community with his money? Because I didn't know about that if he is.
Can we give politics a break for a second?
No! Not give politics a break. Who the fuck are you, OAN? OAN guy. Christian Network. One America's News Network. Our right news. Pandering to stay the far right news network. The far right would care more about Trump's feelings than his wife's feelings.
Mr. President, can you reconvene the man you are today if you hadn't met your wife?
Mrs. Trump, how are you going to measure success for this film?
I am very proud of it. People may like it, people don't like it. That's your choice.
It's a red carpet. What are you wearing? I forgot to ask.
He's wearing Dolce & Gabbana. Why isn't the carpet actually red, though? It says red carpet. It's not red. They had one job, man. Give Melania her red carpet. You know what I mean? So she could be like walking down the red carpet. They didn't even do that for her, dude. That's kind of stupid. We're the United States of America, damn it. Couldn't we have made that happen for her? That's kind of embarrassing, actually. What the fuck is she walking on? Black rubber?
So there you go. POTUS and FLOTUS on the budget person tonight. I'm going to get very, very
No, look at all the fucking Secret Service down here. For the Secret Service pose. That's because they have cock guns. They press one button. It's like a... Have you seen the movie From Dusk Till Dawn?
And Mr. President, I asked your husband if he would be the man he is today if he had never met you. What do you think? We do like the way it looked at. And Mrs. Trump, what do you want Americans to learn about it first and yourself? So, do you think this film will change the minds of non-Trump supporters and maybe garner the president?
At any fucking moment, those Secret Service, you see his hand placement? At any moment, they're ready. And this was back in 1995, this technology existed, man. So, I mean, take your chances if you want. You see Secret Service with his hand on his cock like that. Probably a laser beam now.
going to step on it.
Oh, my bad. Where do you want me to put it?
Hey, look, looks like it's at my microphone. Because I got the good shit. Look, he's got a fluffy one too.
I think for myself, it's already successful. I'm very proud and super excited. Thank you.
There's also been some leftist outlets already pushing back and covering
Hey, can you? Nothing. Funny no, already shutdown deal reached. There has been a shutdown deal reached. They're not going to shut down? What deal did they make? Deal struck to keep government funded 29 minutes ago. Happened right before he walked out there. A short-term stopgap for the Department of Homeland Security. What does that fucking mean? Provide a 2-week extension of current DHS funding levels, giving lawmakers time to negotiate new restrictions on the Department of Immigration and Enforcement operation. The agreement hasn't been announced on the Senate floor as party leaders try to arrange for swift passage, possibly as soon as Thursday night. I still don't know what the hell that means, though. Wait. Oh, I'm free. Come out. As involved. Harassing law enforcement. When did I do that? Go to a truck, man. Whose side are you on?
Well, I wanted to dance to Billie Jean. I wanted to get up and dance. Okay, so
I didn't know you were still there.
3 days ago. This is a great glamour, beautiful glamour, and you learn it's about the White House, it's about our country, and we need a little glamour. I like glamour.
What was it like having Nicki Minaj in the Oval?
Nicki Minaj is fantastic. She's a terrific person. She was so nice, and she understands, what we're doing with the Trump accounts. We're helping children grow up when they're 18 years old. They're going to have a lot of money. They're going to be rich. And she got it. She's been a supporter from the beginning, and I think Nicki Minaj is a winner. Fantastic.
I was not, because it was my life.
I noticed that myself.
It's my life, and they follow me. They do my
comes with time.
We have some scenes that are not in the movie because
She's a very popular, very respected person.
Docu-series. So people will see much more what is in the movie. We can do the longer movie.
Hi, First Lady. What was it like?
Docu-fucking series, by the way, dude. That's a little upsetting. They're like going all in on it like that.
It was my intense schedule, so it was like almost cameras were not there. They followed me, and as you imagine, they cannot take double takes because of all of the security and very fast tempo. So I think people will enjoy it. Thank you.
Well, you're proud of her. I mean, she's done a great job. Something like this is not easy.
Such as the cast in
And
Minneapolis.
she comes from a faraway country, a wonderful country, clean,
What I do,
beautiful, safe. They don't have problems like others have.
Mostly
She
white.
comes from a country that's a very safe country.
It's either it's either Slovenia or Slovakia, and both of them are mostly white.
But it's different, and she's
And mostly the same race.
speaks a lot of languages, very smart, understands what's happening, and really is a good influencer
and to produce a movie, it's not an easy task. It's a lot of people involved. So
I would say,
production.
yeah, I mean, other than the fact that
So many folks I've chatted with, they tell me the great
but
attention to
I would say
detail.
that basically
What were you
this
kind
was her
of really
baby, and
focused on? What was the most
it's her
important
business,
with
it's
this
her
film?
field, and she's done a great job. I think you're going to really like it. You're going to love this movie. It's a really good movie. It's a beautiful movie. It's a documentary. It explains the White House. You'll see the great beauty of the White House, the glamour of the White House. Fix up. You know, I'm fixing the White House. I do that instinctively. Fix the White House. It's in much better shape than it ever was. It's in, I mean, Doug can tell you who wins the Pulitzer Prize every week. But Doug, that's a different building right now than it was a year ago. It's a beautiful, clean building. Things are being repaired. I love doing it. I do it second nature. That's why I was good at real estate.
And you had mentioned earlier that I'm with the Daily Mail. Yeah, and you had mentioned earlier that
when I saw them, I just encouraged them to
this time around. Would you like to see more?
Well, somebody asked me the question. I think she's got stronger opinions now, probably. She's seen her experience. It comes with experience. She's got stronger opinions.
You're very business mindset person.
This is oriented.
Thank you. And I wanted to ask, how was the First Lady also?
Good.
We're going to see a little bit of that in the movie.
And you're going to see it tonight.
Yes.
She's got a good business and a great fashion head. She's friends with everybody. Until I ran for office, the fashion industry loved her more than anybody. And then I ran for office.
It's very different the first time.
She didn't care, but the fashion industry really loved her. Yeah, once I announced I'm running as a Republican, they didn't like, but now they're all coming to me and asking for help. And we give them help.
Well, maybe the First Lady could also comment on this as well, but a lot of this fashion magazine snubbed you during the first administration as well as now. What is your message to them, and what is something that you want people to take away from this film?
Here in this film, they will see a lot of emotion, passion, grief, sadness, celebration, love. So that's the message for the viewers.
Mr. President, real quick, if you don't mind.
She's been very well received in terms of this. This is something. I mean, I think you're going to love it. A lot of you aren't allowed to say what you think because your editors don't want you to do it, or the owners. But a lot of people do. I think you're going to really love it. Yeah.
Movie theaters are such a beautiful place for community and connectivity. Why do you think it's important that a film like this does release in theaters all over the country?
Well, it's nice that she did that because personally, I think it's a very tough business. Theaters selling movie tickets after COVID, and you look at it and you say, so I think I think this will be unbelievable.
I mean, to be fair, it's not after COVID. Maybe it dropped off significantly then. Maybe more people realize that they could have an at-home experience for far less money. We got 5.1 surround sound systems for the house, 7.1 actually, with projector screen. My brother had a fucking projector screen, like a movie theater, in his house in like 2005, dude. So now, like, who wants to deal with the movie theater? It's just not worth it. Like, literally, like, monetarily not worth it. Plus, you could die there. You could be a fucking idiot that gets upset and wants to shoot you, or shoot at the whole theater. Multiple theater shootings have happened since then. Also, since the advent of home surround sound and big ass TVs and shit.
Streaming and everything.
Not COVID.
Theaters are different in a different way now.
It's not fucking COVID, dude. Common sense says it's not COVID.
It's pretty much of a different world, but she wanted to get it out so people
Common
could see
sense
it.
says
But I see
Americans
this
aren't
as,
stupid
in terms of
enough to
streaming and
spend
everything. I think
$100 on
the
a movie.
glamour, the beauty, the whole thing is going to be something that I don't want to say especially women, but I think maybe especially women. They're going to love this movie.
Thank you so much.
Hey, thank you very much.
Maybe even parking.
Inspiration for focusing on the 20 days before and all that.
Well, it was my life, so people will see it, transitioning from private citizen to being the first lady again. The schedule was very intense. They followed me from morning till evening, and you will see what I have to do and what I did.
Oh, she can't be. For a second, I was like, do you think they're trying to make her the first female president? But she can't be. She's not U.S. born. They would have if that weren't the case, though.
The inauguration to running my business, philanthropy, taking care of the family, moving to the White House, meeting with security detail, establishing the East Wing, and hiring the people that they need to work for me, but also they work for the American people. Thank you.
It might have worked, too. You know what I'm saying?
Foxy's Digital, sir.
If he was still alive,
That's a good place. It could
and
be
she,
good most of the time.
the Daily Caller is funny. But if he were still alive and she was an American citizen, the end of his with it, and it looked like he could be like in her ear while she was president, I bet she could get elected. Because like everybody that voted for Trump would just vote for her, thinking, hey, yeah, she's gonna just be Trump 3.0.
Say it tomorrow, but just an outstanding person and a person that I think she's surprising to people. A lot of people think this is somebody that
Secret Service hates this shit, you can tell.
Somebody that is very respected, somebody that's known to everybody in the financial world, and I think it's going to be a very good choice. I hope so. On my reasonably short list.
So her name is Kevin. What do you think about the UK getting into this in China?
We don't even president. We don't, but
it's even more dangerous, I think, for Canada. Canada is not doing well. They're doing very poorly. And you can't look at China as the answer. I know China very well. I know President Xi is a friend of mine. I know very well, but that's a big hurdle to go over when you get Canada. First thing they're going to do is say you're not allowed to play ice hockey anymore. That's not good. Canada's not going to play.
I feel like a Republican female president wouldn't fail as miserably as a Democrat female president. So I feel like we want to have a female Republican president first. Yeah, she might fail a little bit, falter a little bit, and then we learn our lesson from that, which should be a much easier lesson, or it might not be easier to learn from it, because a Democrat female president, it would be easy to see that she's fucking up. It might not be as easy to see for a Republican female president, is what I'm getting at. And due to that, we'd be more lucky as a country to have a female Republican president before we have a Democrat one, because a Democrat one would fucking drive us straight into the ground. Not reasoning on it. I mean, we can learn from having it with the Republicans. It would be less less painful.
It's my life.
Yeah, this is level beer, right?
particular thing. But we've done so well with the economy. We're getting the best numbers that we've ever had as a country, and that's despite the fighting. We've broken the Fed wall. They could have been much better. They could have been much more helpful. But even despite a little bit higher interest rates, you notice that the interest rates now are falling despite the Fed. So I'm going to be announcing, I think, a really great choice tomorrow. I'm very excited about it, and I'll be announcing it tomorrow morning.
For all those Fed
Tomorrow morning. Wait. Is the Fed chair? The Fed chairman is leaving, right? So he's going to be announcing the next. He picks that. Is that how that works? I'm gonna look into it. I think he does, bro. Wait, because I've seen old footage, a photograph, I should say, of him with Powell. Like, he was actually the president that was in office when Powell went into service for his first presidency. So he has something to do with it. That's interesting.
I do. Well, that's just the way it's been. They respect the Fed chairman. They don't respect
the Fed chairman.
If they respect the Fed chairman, they'll be with us all. They want to see the country be great. Thank you very much.
The President of the United States nominates the chair of the Federal Reserve, who must be confirmed by the U.S. Senate. The chair is chosen for a 4-year term. So, dude, he picked Jerome Powell back in the day. And then, what happened with that, bro? God damn it, this fuckhead. Why didn't he stay with his, what happened? Why was there the disconnect? Something happened.
I have had, and I am had. We have a lot of...
Like, if you haven't seen The Apprentice, not the TV show, but there's a movie about Trump called The Apprentice. He doesn't play himself, though. He wouldn't want to be this guy, probably. There's some interesting shit that's kind of shady, and it makes you think, did that maybe go down a little bit more like that than I previously knew about? How shady has Trump gotten back in the past?
Very big, very powerful ship sailing for Iran right now. And it would be great if we didn't have to use it.
I mean, see, I don't mind stuff like that. Like, if we, it's about time we put fucking Iran in their place. Why have we been acting like Iran is something to be scared of, dude? Like, fuck that. What's China gonna do about it? They can stay in the fuck in their lane. Get the fuck out of here. Why are you going to be caring so much about Iran? Get the fuck, don't you better not. Because then we're gonna have a world war. If China gets involved, BRICS will get involved. So Brazil will have to all of a sudden worry about, which is much closer. But what do they have? Nothing. They don't have anything. Burritos.
Well, I told you 2 things. Number one, no nuclear.
They don't actually have burritos either. That's not a thing down there.
We're killing them by the thousands. You know, I stopped 837 hangings 2 weeks ago. But
burritos are American thing.
Nobody's seen anything like this.
Mr. Coleman, I'm sure you caught his remarks earlier today in Minneapolis. Are you pleased with the job that he's doing?
He's doing a great job.
Do you feel that this change that you made, this personnel change, is an important one in terms of calming things down?
Well, I think he's terrific. We have to get rid of the criminals. We have to take criminals out of our country. So from that standpoint, nothing's going to change. And we have to find out all of the fraud that's taken place in Minnesota. We have.
Look at this, though. All right, I look at the fraud that's taking place in Minnesota. I'm listening to him. But look at this camera guy here in the background. He's got like a red digital, really high-end looking camera, really down low. You can barely see it, kind of low-key, intentionally getting the angle maybe, but also maybe trying to be more low-key. But the bow tie and the fact that he keeps communicating with these supposed Secret Service members. Is he like a Secret Service camera guy? Or is he just like really close with the president, as like, everybody knows he's the camera guy and Secret Service is like, hey man, get your shot, dude. Like, what are we making right here? What's going on in the background? Curious.
To get to it, they've stolen at least $19 billion. We're going to find out who did it.
Special.
Thank you.
Are you waiting for Minneapolis? Will Mayor Fry come to Minneapolis?
Is that camera guy special?
Sorry. How'd it go?
Oh, there was something I wanted to see. Yeah. What the White House posted. Oh man. It was 2 weeks ago. I have to go on there and tell you. Here, you want to see that? Here, see that.
First scrum, guys. That's how it goes.
Well, they ended that. As of the president. So White House, we're going to go straight. Why is it going straight to there we go. Videos. It was some patriotic looking shit that I was like from 3 weeks ago that I was like, what is that? It hit my recommends up on the right. What do we got here? 21 days. Yeah, where's it? It's not there. Yeah, what is this? What is this? What is this? Hold up, I wanted to see this. Y'all seen it? All right.
When Parliament named these laws coercive, they meant to bend us to their will. But in Boston, we knew them by another name. The Intolerable Acts.
One more after this. This bloody rain. God help me.
They closed our hub, our lifeblood. No ship could sail, no merchant trade. Our town, punished for those of us brave enough to exercise our liberties. Then they struck at those liberties. Our charter dissolved, assemblies dismissed, and soldiers quartered among us to watch, to warn, to remind us of who wore the yoke and who carried the lash. They thought they would break Boston, isolate. Instead, the colonies saw their own fate in ours. Even Washington himself said, the cause of Boston is the cause of America. The crown meant to choke a single city, but awakened 13 colonies. Men who had never met now rode as brothers, finding unity in the very pressure meant to divide us. John, it's time.
White people were doing that shit, by the way. Just want to preface it or post it or some shit. You know, somebody needs to recognize shit. Wasn't Somalians. I know that much. Fuck. Somalians built the country, though. America, not about white people. Should be our slogan. Dude, if Trump could change that, I would vote for it. Or if they would do some kind of special election. America, founded by white people. Like pork, it's what's for dinner. Milk, like like a catchphrase for us. America founded by white people is much better than America is what's for dinner. I don't think anybody would vote for that. So maybe the farmers, ranchers. You're not allowed to be proud of being white, only if you're dark skinned for some reason, only if you're a colored person. Then are you allowed to be proud of your skin color because you aren't white. This is the rule. It used to be the rule you weren't even allowed to shave your fucking head unless you were black. They tried to pull that shit when I was in the Navy. I got restricted at one point. And, well, everyone that got restricted, it was a thing, we'd all shave our heads. It was highly looked down on back in the early 2000s. Shaving your head. As a white person. Like all of a sudden you look like a skinhead. It took a while for that to go away.
You know.
Never know. Like that's why you don't see hardly any bald people in the 80s. White dudes.
Left over from No King,
but it's still true.
Very, very few bald white people in the 80s. White dudes. Or women too at that. I mean, I guess who could. They usually don't go bald. Why is he walking away? The walker. Because there's nothing to see here, dude. It's boring as fuck. I'm going to sleep just thinking about what I'm watching. Indianapolis or Minnesota protests are boring unless black people are there breaking shit. Let's all be real, alright? I mean, and even then, it's kind of just like background noise.
God, they really have it decked out. Like, they're not even hiding it's a concentration camp. No, it's been like this for a while now.
It could be burning down a fucking precinct. Screaming death to police. And it would still be like just background noise. Minnesota. It's a boring state. I don't understand why anybody lives there. Unless they want to do this. First time I ever knew about anything Minneapolis was George Floyd. And I was like, dude, I was like 40 years old already. I had never heard shit in my entire life about the entire state of Minnesota for fucking 40 years. And all of a sudden, George Floyd, now Minnesota's all over the place on the map. But I didn't realize that, I think it was right before my time that Reagan was elected. So they were the only state that didn't vote for Reagan out of all of the states. 49 for Reagan, 1 not for Reagan. Minnesota. I didn't know that about them. They've been weird for a while. They've started to get extra weird because their demographic has shifted so heavily to be a minority, and it's because white people are leaving and migrants are the reason why they have a net positive on flow of people. The only reason they have a positive. That's saying something, dude. research, Ty. Did you know that white people are leaving your state?
I agree with that guy. No one will mourn you. Just kill yourself. Save us all the trouble. Just kill yourself. Please kill yourself.
I mean, when you're surrounded by people that say shit like this, who the fuck would want to live there? In one breath they're saying, love thy neighbor, and then the next they'll say this. Contradictory. Fucking dumb, dude. They're just dumb.
Migrant deal, you fucking coward. Just kill yourself. Just kill yourself.
You can't care about one and then say the other in the next breath. You're invalidated. You're a tool. You know, ill-prepared, unintellectual tool at that.
Yeah, a little.
Same shit over and over. Can't they just sit there and for a second and think of something smart to say and then say it and then wait a second? Oh, not these people. The same dumb shit all day long. That works for them. These people need to go home. I mean, these are your people, Ty. Unless you go out there and try to talk some sense into them.
You're coming out of there because you're with them. Because you're a Nazi too. You can't.
Yo, it's homie. Timothy William motherfuckers out there again. It's definitely his voice. I recognize the jacket and the beard. William Timothy, the guy with the GoFundMe. What's it up to? Hold on. William Kelly, that's his name. It's up to 116,744. There you go. Yeah, he's not a paid protester though, I guess. He's going up, man.
Yo. What's up, brother?
Dear sad ICE agents, I just want to confirm a rumor that you might
I see for what though? They're not crossing the fence. Where? Not here. Dude, no, this is it's just not warm enough out there right now. Lance Videos is fucking Dallas right now. That looks boring too though. Troy's way different. Yeah, because this isn't affect African Americans. Parents went through. See, they see their parents going through slavery, and I understand why they see it. It's warranted. They see that though as like I don't know, the white people might see their ancestors being at the Revolutionary War. They put in something to be here. They sacrificed. Their ancestors sacrificed. You know what I mean? They can't relate to these people coming here that haven't sacrificed for this country at all. Their ancestors haven't. And just wanting to expect to get all these social welfare services that they take advantage of predominantly more per capita. Yeah, definitely not the same as the George Floyd. Unless one of them gets shot. BLM might get in it heavy. But we need a real black person to get shot, not like somebody from Africa or a Somalia or something. It needs to be somebody from the hood. But they're not going to be putting themselves in these situations, really, I don't think. They got hood smarts.
Stay safe, stay loud, everyone.
They're not willing to get martyred for this dumb shit like these people are.
Every day, noon on Saturday. It's going to be a fun time. Robbie Rhodes is coming.
They are willing to get martyred for their people's history.
Here at noon, I think. Around noon, yeah.
To an extent, I mean, I don't know. More than they would be for the Somalis. Dude, police stations genuinely get worried when it's a black thing. Like when the blacks are the ones that are aggroed out. That's when the local police stations are like, shit. Guys, we're going to work extra hours this weekend. The blacks are pissed. Yeah, one of them died over in Minneapolis. Nice agent. Shot him 25 times. All he had in his hand was an overly ripe black banana. Honey, I'm John. Honey, I'm not going to be able to have dinner for the next 3 nights with you. Working 24-hour shifts. Yeah, they killed a black.
You got hand warmers? From where?
That's actually how it's difference. I mean, do you guys see a difference that I see? Do you guys see a different world than me? I actually have 2 black bananas in my kitchen right now, if you don't think that's possible. Okay? I've had them in a jar for like 6 years. I don't know what to do with them because they've been in my jar for so long. Art exhibit.
Antifa's over there.
We worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. I never even showed the stream. It's just been in the kitchen that whole time. I just want to see what would happen, and then I just kept it there. A new video, yeah. I saw that he kicked the back of the car. I've also seen on a subreddit where they're trying to claim that that was AI because he was wearing the same clothing. These are the same people that thinks that Luigi Bangioni is sexy and they want to like pay for his commissary. Oh, and they were applauding Charlie Kirk being shot. Holy shit, in front of all them. Like, dude, I remember seeing that. I didn't even think it was fucking real because there was so much blood. And they're applauding that. And don't forget that.
Alone is not the destination. Becoming human is.
There's one thing to like applaud to seeing somebody kind of like keel over and die. But it was one of the most gruesome being shot videos I've seen in my life. I didn't think it was fucking real. I thought it was AI. It was so much blood, dude. And they're applauding that.
Okay, if you have a song sheet, it's the one that says "Lead with Love" by Melanie
Anybody that
DeMore.
can be a Democrat for that is kind of sickening.
Singing and clapping on this one. I've got
they have a habit of just showing up.
And something that's hard to do when we're
That's why I think a lot of people have to be anarchists. Gallivanting is Democrats, maybe.
Together in solidarity. Dr. King says we must walk on in the days ahead with audacious faith in the
Ever watched
future.
it? Yeah,
so
man, it's fucking bad.
Hey y'all.
It doesn't look real, man. I didn't want to believe it for like a while until I finally found something to collaborate the story.
Gia or somebody, could y'all raise y'all's hand in the back where the bread is? The people waving, that's where the bread is.
I cried over that dude more than I have any other famous person I know.
Hot cocoa. We've got hot cocoa back there too if you want. So get yourself something to eat.
Was really taken from America, maybe from the world. I think he would have been president one day.
Will you hold this for me? Thank you so much. Gotta put one foot in front of the other and lead with love. Put one foot in front of the other and lead with love. Gotta put one foot in front of the other and lead with love. Put one foot in front of the other and lead with love. Don't give up hope. You're not alone. Keep marching on. You gotta be strong. Gotta put one foot in front of the other and lead with love. Put one foot in front of the other.
Libertarians or whatever the fuck liberals. No, they're not libertarians. That's actually different. Democrats, whoever the fuck this lady is weird. Like, you're with a bunch of adults right now, lady. Are you a preschool teacher or something? Why would she think that adults want to play along with this? Is this a thing that adults like doing? Just might not go outside, dude. Y'all are weird, man.
Keep going.
Shut the fuck up. I'm not going anymore. No. Weirdo.
One foot, and lead with love. There you got it. I know you're scared.
There's more.
And I'm scared too. But here I am. Right here with you.
America's got retard.
Gotta put one foot in front of the other.
This is where they let the Walmart greeter have a little thing.
Put one foot in front of the other and lead. Keep it going. Gotta put one foot.
And forever she'll be like, I did that.
Gotta put one foot, and lead. One more time.
Or
put one foot, and lead.
Man, even
one foot in front of the other and lead. Last one. And lead with love. And lead with.
This guy's not actually with it, by the way. He's not one of them. He's an infiltrator. That doesn't know.
I said Cam sent you. Ow, that hurts.
How they don't know by now, dude. I feel like they would know by me just because of my height. But maybe they are just stupid. I need to start hitting up these Long Beach ones, asking people shit. You saw that we were watching that dude stream live at the Long Beach one, what, last week? Like I said, that's right down the street from where I live. I could be there, I could drive there within minutes. I wouldn't have to go live on all the platforms either. I could just like pop it on YouTube real fast. Good debater. Oh yeah? You've seen his cock though? He was posted. I went to fucking Costco today, you know what I'm saying? Do you guys give me a round of applause? I bought like $140 worth of cat food today too. I still need to get more. I be feeding these cats, dog. It's my like tithing, like my way of giving back to the world. Feeding outdoor cats and feeding the indoor cats. At least like somebody would have to feed them for them to exist. They're in the world. It's a part of the stream, so all their food is actually tax deductible. You guys never thought about that, did you?
No ICE, no KKK, no fascist USA.
That's why I don't let them leave the streaming room.
No ICE,
I'm just playing, that's not why.
KKK,
But it works
no
out.
fascist USA. Chinga la migra.
Part of the stream to a max because they're kept in this room at all times. Every time I'm live, these two cats are always in here, no matter what. Or the aesthetic, I don't know whether or not you're here for me, the content, the kitties, and neither does the government. Yep. Even their health care is tax deductible because of that. That's a part of the show. I don't make nearly enough off doing this for it to matter. It's just a thing, though. It's part of it.
The people united will never be divided.
How long are we doing these things? I've been talking for a while. I feel like they've been doing these chants for at least a couple minutes. I'm over it. I'm at my max at this point. Tax on tips too, yeah. I mean, I don't know how that actually works. That's this year or next year or what. I haven't looked into it. I didn't make enough off tips this year to matter. But I probably should start filing. I probably should start filing. Because it's like, it might get crazy later.
Alright, well, I do want to take a few minutes to acknowledge what's happening in Minneapolis, and I'm sure everyone here is outraged over the murder of American citizens and human beings alike in the streets by state-sanctioned executions. Shame. I do want to take a moment to acknowledge those specific victims. When I say their names, you say,
I've had this.
Renee Nicole Good.
I've had this.
Renee Nicole Good.
For like
Renee Nicole
12
Good.
years. Before any of this shit was happening. I just happened to have, because they were at the VA when I was volunteering out there. Oh, so it was probably 2012, 2013, no, 2012.
Alex Preddy.
Oh, damn, 14 years now.
Preddy.
They were out there trying to get employees. It was like a federal drive. So them, FBI was there. Who else was there?
Keith Porter.
They were giving out free mouse pads.
Keith Porter. Alex Preddy.
I've been a fan ever since.
Alex Preddy. Alex Preddy. What that means is they're present because their martyrdom will not be left to, they will not have died in vain. We will continue the struggle against ICE and will honor them as the martyrs who stood up for communities being terrorized by state violence. And I know if you're here like I am, you're outraged. We're all outraged. And I want you to channel that outrage. There's many organizations. If you turn behind you, there's tables full of organizations that are doing the work here on Dallas. DSL, the DSA. All these groups are here. a serious organization. You have to be part of a serious organization. And that's what I want to encourage everyone here to do, to get connected, to come out here and express your rage, your righteous rage, but also make those connections with people in the community that will allow you to expand this work and to make an actual difference.
Didn't change.
Stand up to this fascist terror.
God damn it. It was supposed to change when I refreshed.
Alex Preddy! Renee Nicole Good! Renee Nicole Good!
I want to speak as I steal your stream.
Alex Preddy! Keith Porter! Keith Porter! El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás
Gotta get new people in here. Because these old people just ain't doing it. For viewers.
El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. Trump, escucha, estamos en la lucha. Trump, escucha, estamos en la lucha. I want to mention some other victims of ICE, because as someone was rightly pointed out, ICE is not just killing American citizens, which everyone is outraged by, but ICE has continued to kill and has killed in the past dozens and dozens of immigrants who come to this country, immigrants who try to make their lives better, and their lives are no less important, that ICE has snuffed out brutally. Luis Gustavo Nunez Caceres, a 42-year-old immigrant from Honduras. Geraldo Lunas Campos. Geraldo Lunas Campos. Victor Manuel Diaz. Victor Manuel Diaz. Victor Manuel Diaz. Parani La. Parani La. Geraldo Lunas Campos. Luis Gustavo Nunez Caceres. And of course, we'll also honor all the martyrs and all the people that ICE has hurt, that ICE has terrorized, and we will also honor all those who are standing up against this terror, who are organizing with their neighbors.
Stand up. I was just looking at.
Trump, escucha, estamos en la lucha.
It's horrible. Sorry, but that fucking protest is fucking shittier than the Minneapolis one. I don't know how that's possible. They're worse because they're talking to the fuck. They're preaching to the goddamn choir. Why do they need to try to convince each other of some shit? That isn't that why they're there? What are they doing? Morons. Hey guys, hey, over here, because this is the shit we don't like. Yeah, I don't like that too. Well, yeah, isn't that why you're here? Yeah, I want to talk about it though. I don't like it. You know what I mean? That shit's gay, bro. What just happened? What just happened? I got fucked in the ass is what just happened. I'll tell you that. Go play some PUBG because this sucks at this point. Highly thinking about it. What is Zen? Why is he even there? It's just a boring place to watch protests at. What is Nexus known for doing? Nothing, ever. like I'm talking about in the protest world. Sure, Texas is known for doing a bunch of shit historically. I'm talking about the protest world. We're not known for being like at the forefront of some protesters, except Republican, not Democrat protesters, Republican protesters. It wouldn't be Democrat. It would be like a governor doing some shit against the federal government, but not the Democrats of Texas. Oh no. If you the Texas Democrats kind of like an oxymoron. They're definitely morons, but like, what are you even doing, bro? What do you might as well just leave.
Are you a lawyer or are you a coward too? You're uncandid.
I shouldn't buzz off these nuts in my mouth, bro. What I got here too. A pussy in my lap. Maybe.
Yeah, the sheriff. I thought they were supposed to keep us safe from these guys.
Oh no, the sheriff let the people just drive by slowly and around here with bullhorns. That's fine, because they're pro-life. Oh, I get it. Anybody else?
I'm
so proud of each and every one of you. I've said that.
He's always hiding down there. Look at the salt on my head. That'd be salt on him though. Can't have these.
Thanks. Get a little cold now.
Hey, baby. Well, I mean, to be fair, it's cold.
Said to me in person that we were waiting, would we improve? You know, so we all be better when we all do better. And what's going on here?
Oh, they're releasing people.
Welcome back.
Oh, it's a very in-depth weather now that you have.
Welcome back to society. The cowards have let you go.
Air pressure.
Another happy customer of Homeland bullshit.
Why does air pressure change? Humidity? Sure, in humidity, I guess. No, I can see that.
A ride to get home, like, fuck.
I gotta go home, but I'll say it again. I am proud of each and every one of you. Thanks for working. Keep an eye on things while I'm gone, please.
Good night, man. Good night.
Yo, he totally missed the Vietnam War guy. He's actually like younger than he looks. Where's everybody leaving?
You fucking cowards!
This thing warms up, dude. It's gonna warm up. Minneapolis.
I just can't believe. Not in all my years did I think. Oh, I did. I kind of saw 9/11 hit, and all my friends, I was like 16. All these kids are like, I'm gonna turn up for the military. And I was just like, are you fucking kidding me? You're not seeing what I'm seeing? Like, this is some false flag shit, dude. Like, this is gonna get you into it? Like, this is just his fucking Desert Storm sequel, man. Did you read the fucking...
False flag shit.
I don't know if you served, but every day. I'm not judging, because my sisters both signed up.
March to early April. When it start warming up. Consistent spring-like warmth arriving by May. Man, got a long way. Got a long fucking way, bro. Oh, no, but average highs rise from around March to April to May. So March it'll start increasing. That's when it starts getting more and more. March. Yeah, it's too. Oh, it's a wait. A month from now. All right.
Well, maybe your mom's okay, but you fuckers suck.
February is going to be warmer though than January. Average low and high are both higher. A little bit, not much, but a little bit. March, it's like double. Oh. February to March, we start seeing more people if they're still there. And you don't think our federal government is looking at that too? They might pull out before then just because they don't want to deal with it. They know that they have such a high population of retards.
I ran away from home and I had to prove myself to my abusive, negligent club. So I joined ICE.
I might be onto something here.
Yeah, what was that white Jeep deal? They're like going into the lot to slash tires. Like, honestly.
Probably, you gotta be careful, right?
No, because there's people out there watching cars, so it's like, what the fuck? But yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. A bunch of fucking
Are you a kidnapper that has returned from your long mission of being a coward? You coward! Yeah, come on back, coward! Why don't you play a game of tennis with us? Oh, did you go the wrong way? Oh no! I forgot to lob a tear gas grenade on my way into the door. You want a hot shit sandwich in the coldest place of hell?
nobody. I promise you 100% that black fucking motherfucker is gonna go do some Nazi shit. They're all for it.
Why do you have to be a black motherfucker? Are you racist?
Pulled me over because I honked at you guys. Oh, they support.
They pulled me over because I honked at you guys.
That sound like her? He doesn't know what the hell's going on right now.
Too much police presence for you to be a fucking proud boy? Come on, Wisconsin, what's that?
You said I can't honk my horn, so I'm getting a ticket for honking my horn.
He said I can't hold my horn, so I'm gonna take my honk my horn.
Fuck off, not you, sorry, the car way over there. The police scared him off.
You know, it is against the law to just honk your horn like that willy-nilly. With If you've got a kitty in your lap like this, a sexy kitty like this one. Wow. Oh, come here. No, you're gonna let me touch you. Alright. Like, you wanna talk like that? You're just really hungry. It's almost time. Is that her? One of the protesters. Yo, Pee Wee Herman's Big Adventure blew that song up, didn't it? I know you are, but what am I? Hey, Mr. Herman. Mr. Herman. Hello, large Marge. Yo, I went to those dinosaurs on the stream. That was pretty cool. The People's Convoy was actually out there posted. I didn't even know the dinosaurs were there. I was bored in the parking lot and chat was like, somebody, dinosaurs are right around the corner from you. You know?
They were over there, 2 different cars.
It was windy. I remember it was super windy though.
The guy after I talked to him drove up, so I don't know if it's okay, yeah,
Been there? Is that close to you? What casino is that? I think it starts with an M. Yeah, no, I don't go to casinos like that.
He was making phone calls, so yeah, there was.
It was like at least an hour and a half from there. I was hauling.
It's so funny being like, because I know her like people name.
It was a different time. It doesn't really happens there anymore. Like that was something kind of happening. Yeah, I got all these cat responsibilities now though. Like for instance, I gotta feed cats now in a few minutes. Morongo, that's the one. I just thought about it.
Yeah, tomorrow. It's like, are you kidding me? Like,
Morongo tribe.
Gun violence, he got gunned down, and now you're like, he was the holiest of holy. And it's like, what the fuck?
What were they talking about? Gunned down. Holiest of holies.
It's like, is that what you want next? It's like, pretty low. It's like, and I'm still very nice about it, but it's like, I'm one of the people getting fucking serious. So don't act like we're all fucking paid, bro. And I was like, if you think, I was like, look at these rags, you think I'm paid? Like, I got enough on my feet. I'm not, these are plastic boots. I'm not out here in fucking Colombia.
You should have. Why is he walking away now? He should walk towards them whenever they're having dumbass conversations like that. Even if they are lying, trying to make themselves look a certain way, still gives me the ability to judge whether or not they're bullshit and telling the truth. Why is he walking away from the content? It's not content compared to that. Like, they weren't whistling. Sometimes he walks away and it's like, what are you doing, dummy?
Attention ICE agents. You are not above the law. Do not obey unlawful
He walks too much sometimes.
You are just following orders.
My point.
Protect you.
I mean, maybe he's on some speed or something. His legs get the feeling they need to move. Got that restless leg syndrome. That conversation they were having was kind of interesting. I wanted to hear both sides and how they interacted and everything. That was news. That was historical. That was where we're at today. This, not so much. I don't know. I will. Not getting papers. That's what you're talking about. Want to get demodded, Sister T? Your insolence. Hey, get out of there. The fucking litter box. I'm gonna spray the fucking shit out of you. Oh, you want that? Hey, what are you doing now? Cat. Save your steps. Why? I doubt he's doing that. He has he's got 43,000 subs. I doubt that's why he's walking.
How can you do this to your own citizens?
And get back over that. I bet they ain't even talking anymore.
Brutality is not welcome here.
Like the megaphone people aren't really like, I don't know, they say the same shit all day. That conversation that he was eavesdropping on.
Yeah.
That was historical. I'm proud to be. Dude, I don't feel like feeding the cats all the time, you know what I mean? Like, I just don't fucking feel like it. I don't want to do it. For one, I don't know if Sawyer's going to eat his food because they were out of his chicken liver, so I got to give him chicken. Here you go.
And the thing is, you are just such cowards, too. You go to groups of food squad, right?
I gotta pee on somebody if I don't make it to the list.
Thank you.
Get out of here. It's a Minnesota goodbye. Oh, how's your grandma?
Oh, some fuck
So
ice.
wait, and what was your name? No. Take it.
Thank you for filming all this. Thank you.
anti-religion. I'm anti-pushing your shit on other people. It's just like, dude, freedom is freedom. It's not trying to show people that you know the way. Like, oh, your imaginary friend is the best one there.
So the best we can do is forgive each other our imperfections. Does that make sense?
I don't really want you to live stream this conversation. Just talking to you about Christianity. But...
destroyed that and was like, I am the way. And that's the thing, is that he was more like a Buddha, fucking like Muhammad character. Yeah, it's like he was, and that's the thing, is that they augmented his words to then do all the bullshit.
Howard, clan hood psycho. I'm a pretend police officer, but I don't even fucking follow the law.
Seriously, I'm never gonna pull over for fucking sirens again. And I'm just gonna drive into a fucking gas station, lead them on a wild goose chase and say, sorry, there have been fake police on the street forever.
No shit.
Fuck you. I am not gonna fucking stop anymore. Like, fuck all this shit.
Not for some random car with some sirens in it.
Not ever.
Right.
I mean, even if it says police placard on the side of your fucking car, I don't care. And then when I pull over and I finally roll my window down, I'm going to say, what'd you pull me over for? And they're going to say,
Look
well,
forward
your
to
tabs are
seeing
expired.
how
And
that
I'm gonna
works
say,
out for
well,
him.
those motherfuckers from out of state are driving around with no fucking plates.
Like, no, not yet.
So fuck you, and you can pay the taxes for that shit, because why the fuck should I if they're not gonna while they're kidnapping us?
Not even legal.
Howard! Go back to Georgia!
I don't know. I mean, it's like, if you're not pissed off, it's just like there's no reason in your mind. Like, it's just like, okay, so wait. People can be shot to fucking death for helping up somebody who was just gassed in the face.
Right.
But he did more than that
And then,
prior.
oh, whoops, this guy's got a gun. I'm stupid.
It wasn't just random guy
So
there.
now I need to shoot him because I'm afraid for putting myself in that situation.
Because they're so poorly trained.
No, and that's the thing, is that they created the fucking risk. And that's the thing about police work, is that they risk.
It's him. You gotta wave? You still gotta wave. That one.
These fuckers are just accelerate. It's like fucking.
They're basically
Accelerate.
Cowards! Go back to your clan meeting! Hope your hotel stay's been fun! Have a shit sandwich on me! I do like shit sandwich treatment.
It's not funny though.
I'm not really into that, but it just seemed like I kind of insulted myself. Have a shit sandwich on me. I'll sit down, lay down, and I'll be your table for the night. Dude, Robbie Road streamer's coming? That's gonna be fucking amazing. Saturday at noon. Dude, he dresses up in this giraffe costume and he puts a G-string over and then he sings songs. So he will be here on Saturday at fucking noon. And he got arrested here, he got arrested in DC. So it's funny because like the dudes that like roughed him up in DC, he was like, they're inappropriately touching me. Like he was just like yamming it up so fucking to like level 11. Like he's just so good. Like, no, you can't touch me there. I didn't give you permission. You don't have my consent to touch me in my penis. Like so the cops like them became so like acquainted with him. Like they brought him a taco. They're like, oh, Robbie, we got tacos. We brought you some. They're like eating a taco at the cops table. I mean, it's just like such a silly guy.
Fucking immature, bro.
Howard! Welcome home, you pedophile protector! You're a coward too!
Okay, that was far-left Congresswoman Ilhan Omar claiming the Justice Department and Congress probing her sudden skyrocketing wealth to $30 million in just 1 year, that they have a problem with her living the American dream. You heard her say the goddamn United States of America. We've got new questions on where she and her husband got all that money. Joining us now, Forbes Media Chair, Editor-in-Chief Steve Forbes. Steve, new information coming in, and Forbes magazine, your magazine has reported this too, that the state of Delaware and Washington, D.C. canceled the registration for Omar's husband's investment firm, Rose Lake, for not paying its back taxes. We saw it owed more than $400,000 to Delaware and nearly $1,800 to D.C. She's claiming it's worth $25 million from less than $1,000 a year before. How can his investment firm not afford to pay taxes? It's supposedly worth an estimated $75 million to $150 million. This is really weird stuff.
Well, weird is not the word for it. There's another word for it called crooked. And that's why we have to have an investigation into this. As you know, the Biden administration started examining her finances and that of her husband. And so surprise, surprise, that investigation went nowhere. But it's amazing how people can go into Congress and then become these entrepreneurial investing geniuses where they come in. She had under $1,000 of net worth and her husband didn't have much, and suddenly now they're multimillionaires. Is there a money laundering operation here? And in terms of the firms themselves, they have a sketchy background. That winery in California that she and her husband own, where did that come from? Where's the wine there? Nobody can seem to find it. So there's a lot of smelly stuff here, and that's why in the American Dream, her version of the American Dream is the Al Capone version of the American Dream, Tony Soprano version of the American Dream, and that is steal it from the taxpayers. And so there's a lot of stuff here, and so when somebody cloaks themselves in the American Dream, and so you have numbers like this from minus 1,000 to 30, 40 million, you know something is not right.
Yeah, and she's also like blaming people, bullying, doing race baiting, race bullying. There's no evidence, public evidence, there's even a winery. She valued it at $5 million.
Really?
His investment firm is real.
No wine?
Well, it's supposedly real. Its D.C. headquarters appear to share office space at a WeWork, Steve. There's no track record of his firm managing money, doing M&A deals, no clients we see, investment deals, or any work it's done. They say they do work in 80 nations operating in. There's no SEC registrations for them as investment advisors. What is going on here? This increasingly looks sketchy, both the winery and his investment firm.
Yeah, the winery may not exist, and the firm may be just really a name only, as you say, a WeWork office, big deal. So that's why the investigation needs to be done.
From the winery,
and suddenly
say
all
that's
that
a
$30 million, I think you're going to find. I'll make a speculation, a prediction. That $30 million came from sources that are illegal. Period.
Thank you so much, Steve Forbes, helping us to break it down. We're going to stay on the story.
Oh, dude, I think if her wine was available, people would be in the comments talking about it. And nobody's tried her wine. Yeah, we probably got to fuck. Why would she think she would just get away with having a fake winery? Interesting.
And that's why we are as strong as we are now. That's why we're able to. But the fucking out in the middle of nowhere should have been fucking pissed off. Everybody, instead they're saying, oh, these black lives matter people are so scary. They're terrible humans. Like, don't you know? It's like it became this like talking heads fucking turn.
They just get propaganda from like one or two sources.
It's exactly worse than that.
Well, they're not kidding.
It's actually worse than that.
I bet she's got some out though because they're scammers. They're professional scammers.
It's actually worse than that. Because I would send an article today and she would send me the shit back and I would watch about 20 minutes of it because I just know who it is.
Well, but they just slurry their brain in lack of fact. Like, seriously, they just don't, they can't distinguish.
He's talking about Republicans.
It's like, you know, your video
Lack of facts.
AI. And it's like, wait, there's 7 videos. And it's like, oh, okay. Like, the second the shooting happened, everybody from my hometown was like, this fucking bullshit. He was a fucking terrorist. He should have been shot. And then, like, now I was like, at the end of the night, I was like, pretty funny how quiet this fucking thread got, huh? You know, fucking idiots, and like, no words. And then the guy who started the post was like, you're all a bunch of nags.
He's trying to fuck this fat chick, isn't he?
Basically, it was just like, fuck you guys, because he posted it, and he was like, isn't this fucked up?
More
And
than
they're all
likely,
like, no,
he's trying to do that. In that long game.
It was just like on Facebook,
And a bitch.
like a friend of mine posted, and we agree that this
Polar
is
bear
fucked
bitch.
up, and then everybody was defending his murder. And then I was like fighting all of them in like paragraph form, just like, you guys are idiots. Like,
I'll be fighting some PUBG motherfuckers because y'all boring the hell out of me. Bye. I'm sorry, dude, but they fucking doing it. They did it. They maybe if y'all let me know if something fucking exciting happens, but they're stupid right now. Homie ain't even saying anything historical at this point. You just fucking. I'm listening to a fucking kindergartner. My fucking buttons weren't working, dude. PUBG it is then. Sorry, y'all, I gotta get my hours in. Trying to get that motorcycle. The only American pass they've had since I played the game. Fucking 5 years. I've never seen an American pass this American. Never seen. BP. And this just show you what I'm talking about, alright? Just so you understand. Like, I've already gotten this awesome American shit that they would never have given us in the past. Alright, but I need they put it on all 3 tracks to make us Americans play for longer. Look, and then I need this helmet. Born to be wild, baby. Look at that shit. I look at shit. I'm meant to be having that, is all I'm saying. Alright? And then this one right here. That's going to be in my centerpiece if I can get it. I doubt I'd be able to go so far as to get eagle from my thing. I don't know. I don't know. I only got 12 more days left. I'd really have to hit this shit for the extra eagle, but those would be nice too. This is what I'm rocking already. I put that right as my centerpiece. It looks so good right there. All right, let's go. Let's get in it. Yo, I really think that they demoted that dude that I saw on the pizza thing because I saw him again pushing a trash cart. They demoted him, dude. He used to be like the exit dude that looked at the receipts. That's like one of the top level jobs. That's insane. What did he do? Bro, I want to ask him, what did you do, bro? Why are you pushing trash parts around? But I don't want to embarrass him. Yeah, I'm working in the concessions too. That's supposed to be one of the hardest jobs, one of the first jobs you get there. Super busy. People be wanting to eat some pizza and hot dogs. They were bitching at him too. I heard them bitching at him for making too many hot dogs. Like, hey man, we don't need that many hot dogs. We got people waiting. But he's not even doing good at it. Poor guy. He's the guy that complimented me on my beard. He's like, you've been trying to grow mine out like yours, and I told him I've been trying to learn how to cut mine like his. I needed to trim it. Yeah, man, we got a history. We got a long history, as you can see. This snow shit was over with by now. Got a whole squad on me. Got a lot of squads on me. I'm not near a car either. I don't like the snow sound, dude. I need his helmet. I try not to headshot him. Talk about it, talk about it, talk about it. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Is he shooting at me? Oh. I'm hurting bad. I'm hurting fucking bad. Oh, I'm fucked. They're partied. Where was the... I'll never know where the other guy was. There was somebody else to the right of me that was starting to shoot at me, so I felt like extra pressured. But that could still like work towards me for getting it unlocked for the pass. It doesn't matter. I don't need to like to stay in the game for 30 minutes or whatever. Oh look, see? Wait, I still gotta wait. I need to get 11. I need to get level 11. So we have new mid. Oh, we do our new weeklies. Read the holograph. Engine turned off. 1,000 meters with engine turned off. All right. Throwables. Loot the throwables. Kill 800 health. Well, maybe, but they were giving him shit about the dogs, though. Was it weird me out? Like, if he was like top of the food chain, they wouldn't be like talking, like trying to tell him how to do things with it. This channel does not like the PUBG, you see. The other channel does. Maybe I should just quit this channel stream and start on the other YouTube channel. I just cut this one off and cut the other one on. I do that. Bye.